Good evening. We figured we'd give you the nice Halloween version of BreakTraders today to get us started, since we're getting close to Halloween, only 4 shows away, and we've got some fun products to release that are down in already into their final countdowns. We're already going to see some 2021 Topps 5-star baseball. We're going to see some Mosaic baseball. But in addition to that, we have some collegiate, National Treasures collegiate football hobby. That's a 1-box pick your team plus random. There's 8 spots left in that, and you can get that for 30% off. And then we have a Donruss a choice, a basket baseball, Donruss Optic baseball choice, and that's a 1-box 3-team random right there for 30% off as well. In addition, you can take 30% off any of our available breaks or available teams left using promo code 30AVTBB1020. And then our other discount tonight is on some things that are in the red zone, including Spectra baseball and Donruss Optic basketball. Alrighty, that being said, we are moving right in to some absolute baseball, and we have 2 teams to auction off. We're gonna combine those together. It's gonna be the Colorado Rockies and the Kansas City Royals. We'll start the bidding there at $5 in increments of $1. Morning or good evening, T-Man. Hello, Haley. All right, looking for $5 for this Rockies Royal combo. Mr. CEO with $5. All right, and with that, we are going to start our countdown so that we can get into this one. $25 seconds, 20 seconds left right there. 15. 10. 6 from Double M, which means we'll have another 15 seconds on the clock. 15 seconds on the clock right now. 7 from Mr. CEO, which means we'll have another 15 seconds going right now. 8 from Double M, which means we'll have another 15 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, Double M takes it for $8. Double M takes it for $8, and you know what to do, Matt. You can drop that payment in the chat. Drop that payment via the link in the chat right there. In the meantime, we'll do our first movie keyword. John, you let me know when you are ready. Alrighty, folks. Well, okay, ready. All right, here we go. That is in the chat. Friends is the keyword. Brent Sandlot incorrect. No correct guesses yet. And show giveaway guesses has ended right there. We are ready to get things started. Here we go, folks. This is break 1509, the 2021 Absolute Baseball one box. Pick your team. Alrighty, let's dive in. We have Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins going to Chris. Roy Campanella of the Brooklyn, now the Los Angeles Dodgers, to Chris. JT Realmuto of the Philadelphia Phillies to Chris. Manny Machado of the San Diego Padres heading to Chris. Lucas Giolito of the Chicago White Sox going to Chris S. Then we have JP Crawford of the Seattle Mariners going to Chris B. And then we have Ketel Marte out of 149 of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Chris, and a Heroes, Unsung Heroes, Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics, and that is heading to Harry. Alrighty, and now on to our featured cards. Our first one is going to be the Patches, Donnie Walton, followed up by the black, gold, and gold auto, Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals. And that Donnie Walton, 13 out of 99 of the Seattle Mariners, is going to Chris B. Heading to Chris B right there. And this black baseball with the gold writing is going to be 25 out of 25, heading to Dylan Carlson, heading to Brad. On to our second one right here. Alrighty. We have Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs, and first I want to welcome Brandon with the San Francisco Giants, and Brad with the St. Louis Cardinals for joining us for the first time today. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs going to Chris B. Whitmer for the Kansas City Royals heading to Double M. Then we have Corbin Burns of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Cynthia, followed by Tyler Glasnow of the Tampa Bay Rays headed to Chris. Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers going to Chris as well. Then we have Ed Rush of Cincinnati out of 199. Ed Rush of Cincinnati out of 199 going to Chris B, followed up by a Prospects, Royce Lewis of the Minnesota Twins heading to Harry. And then we have Andres Jimenez out of 149 of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is going to Chris B as well. And now our first featured card of this one is going to be a Tools of the Trade, and that is Mr. Ryan Brown, and that is filled up with a Rookie Wood Signatures Luis V. Garcia. Luis Garcia with that redemption. And that looks like that is going to be of the Washington Nationals. And that is going to be heading to Chris S. And that Tools of the Trade of the Milwaukee Brewers is going to be going to Cynthia. Alrighty, let's run down the inserts and parallels. We have the rookie class, Andres Jimenez of the Cleveland Guardians. That's out of 149 going to Chris. Prospects, Royce Lewis of the Minnesota Twins going to Harry. And then Ed Rush out of 199 of the Cincinnati Reds. And that is going to be heading to Chris. Following those up, we have the unsung heroes, Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics to Harry, and Ketel Marte out of 149 of the Diamondbacks going to Chris B. And now that is going to be heading to the patches of the Seattle Mariners, heading to Chris. And then we have the auto 25 Dylan Carlson auto right there, auto 25, followed up with the Luis Garcia rookie wood signatures. Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals going to Chris, and then Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals heading to Brad. And with that, we are done with break number 1509, the 2021 Panini Absolute One Box Pick Your Team. Alrighty, folks. Hey, Brett, great to see you. We are now on to our Bowman Chrome baseball break. Bowman Chrome baseball. This is going to be break 1510. Here we go, folks. We're going to kick off with break 1510, some Topps Bowman Chrome Hobby Light Baseball. And I wanted to welcome Glenn and Jason to their first break with BreakTraders. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order. We have Tristan McKenzie of the Cleveland Guardians RC going to Chris B, followed up by Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers, and that is going to Gavin. Then we have a 40-man futures, Jeremy De La Rosa right there, and that is of the Washington Nationals heading to Chris, and then Francisco Alvarez of the Mets and Drew Waters of the Atlanta Braves. We have a Charlie Blackmon of the Colorado Rockies, followed up by an auto 125 Braden Shoemake of the Atlanta Braves heading to Chris B. Then we have a black and white Bowman first edition Malcolm Nunez of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that is going to be heading to Chris B as well. Following that up, we have a Bowman first edition, and that is going to be Manuel Beltre of the Toronto Blue Jays, followed by another Bowman first, and that is Poyu Chen of the Pittsburgh Pirates. That Manuel Beltre of the Blue Jays heading to Chris B, and Poyu Chen of the Pirates headed to David. Alrighty, and we are on to our next pack in this one. Christian Yelich of the Brewers, followed by Kevin Newman of the Pirates. And then we're going to have a Dawn of Glory, Nick Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And that's going to be our box hit right there, and that is heading to David. Following that up, we have Eduardo Garcia of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Jason, and Kevin Made of the Chicago Cubs. And that is going to be going to Yuval. Alrighty, and we're on to our next pack right here. We have Jake Cronenworth of the San Diego Padres, and that is heading to Francisco. Following that up with Max Meyer Summercamp of the Miami Marlins going to Chris B. And then we have a black and white Sheelan Polanco Bowman first edition of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to David. Followed up by Josiah Gray of the Dodgers and Ed Howard of the Cubs. We have Alex Baum of the Philadelphia Phillies heading to David right there. And then we have a Nolan Arenado of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed by a 40-man futures Mick Abel of the Philadelphia Phillies going to David. Marco Luciano of the San Francisco Giants and Jared Kelly of the Chicago White Sox. Haley's right there. We have Josh Donaldson of the Minnesota Twins, a shimmer Ronnie Mauricio of the New York Mets to Mr. CEO. Then we have a black and white Jefferson Aquero Bowman first edition, and that is of the Milwaukee Brewers headed to Jason, followed by Oswald Peraza of the New York Yankees and Alec Thomas of the Arizona Diamondbacks. JT Realmuto of the Phillies, Francisco Lindor of the Mets, a 40-man futures Zach Aveen of the Colorado Rockies, and that is going to go to Mr. CEO, followed up by a Carlos Menrez of the Tampa Bay Rays, Bowman first headed to Jay, and a Melcar Perez of the Seattle Mariners going to Cynthia. I'm well rested. I slept for about 15 hours when I got back from Nashville yesterday. We have Freddie Freeman of the Braves, Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers, a black and white Bowman first, Julio Correas of the Colorado Rockies to Mr. CEO. Then we have Yiddy Copy, Bowman first, the Miami Marlins going to Chris B. Followed up by Christian Hernandez of the Chicago Cubs, and that is going to be going to Yuval. We have a Kyber Ruiz RC of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Glenn. Then we have a 2020 Summer Camp Julio Rodriguez of the Mariners. Followed up by Ian Anderson on a $2.99 RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Chris B right there. Then we have Reed Detmers of the Los Angeles Angels and Heidbert Perez of the Milwaukee Brewers. We have Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Jay. Following that up, we have Spencer Howard of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that's going to be going to David. Then we have a black and white Blaze Jordan of the Boston Red Sox, and that is going to be heading to Cynthia. Following that one up with Nick Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates and Wander Franco of the Tampa Bay Rays. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. We have Spencer Howard of the Philadelphia Phillies going to David. Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays headed to Jay. The out of $2.99 Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves going to Chris. Kyber Ruiz of the Los Angeles Dodgers to Glenn. Alex Baum of the Philadelphia Phillies to David. Jake Cronenworth of the San Diego Padres heading to Francisco. Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers heading to Gavin, and Tristan McKenzie of the Cleveland Guardians going to Chris. And now on to our Bowman first. We have the Christian Hernandez of the Chicago Cubs going to Yuval. Yiddy Copy of the Miami Marlins, and that is going to Chris. Julio Correas of the Colorado Rockies going to Mr. CEO. Melcar Perez of the Seattle Mariners going to Cynthia. Then we're going to have a Carlos Calmarez of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Jay, followed by a black and white Jefferson Cuero of the Milwaukee Brewers to Jason. The black and white Shailen Polanco of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to David. Kevin Made of the Chicago Cubs heading to Yuval. Eduardo Garcia of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Jason. Then we have Poyu Chen of the Pittsburgh Pirates to David. Manuel Beltre of the Toronto Blue Jays to Chris. And a black and white Malcolm Nunez of the St. Louis Cardinals heading to Chris as well. And then last but not least, it is our box hit. And that is going to be the Nick Gonzalez Dawn of Glory of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And that is heading to David. And with that, we are done with break 1510. We'll be back in 3 minutes with some certified hobby football. Sorry about that, folks. We had a little technical issue here that got us a little screwed up. But it's about time for our next break, and we're gonna do our first keyword the randomization of the day, and that's gonna be friends. Type friends in the chat. In the meantime, I'm gonna pull out some more additions to our giveaway bin and get those in there. Mike, how is it going? All right, so we will, while y'all are putting friends in the chat, we are going to toss in this 2020-21 Donruss Upper Deck Hockey Extended Series box right here. It's going to be 3 7-packs right there. Then we're going to put this Chronicles Basketball Blaster in there as well. And folks, for you that are new here, typing friends in the chat gets you entered right now for a randomization that we will then pull from the Saute stock pot so that you can get a free gift. And here we go. We're gonna put in a quarter of this one. We don't need to put in all 24 packs, so that means that's all we'll pull for the rest. So we're tossing in 6 right there. All right, John, can we get a 5-second countdown?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Mike W.
Mike W. Look at that. Shows up and gets in for this one. And it is going to be a Topps Bunt 2016 pack. Lorenzo Cain of the Royals, Kenta Maeda of the Dodgers, Freddie Freeman of the Braves. We have the digital trading cards right there. Then we have Matt Carpenter of the Cardinals and Vlad Guerrero of the Expos and Adrian Beltre of the Rangers. Okie dokie, and with that, we are moving on to break 1511. But first, we have a team to auction off. We have one team to auction off right there, and that's going to be the New York Jets. Bidding will begin at $25 in increments of $5 for the Jets. Bidding is begin for the Jets, $25 in increments of $5. Do not. Do we have 25 for the Jets? 25 from AMPX, got it in right before Double M. Right before Double M right there. Do we have, we have 30 from Double M as well. 30 from Double M as well. And Mike, if you've been in a break with us, you can just drop the number and the team, or you can email us your address so that we can take care of getting that out to you. 35 from MPLBHS. 35 from MPLBHS. Do we have 40? Hanging at 35. $40 from AMPX. Do we have 45? 45 for the New York Jets. Alrighty. Here we go. We're going to start the countdown. Thank you, Mike. All right, AMPX, you have a 1, and you can drop your payment via the link in the chat. And while we wait to receive that payment, we are going to run down. I'll show you some of what we got going on the site tonight. Alrighty. Well, we are doing some red zone discounts on that Spectra baseball and the Donruss Optic basketball. You can get those both for 20% off. Then we have 30% off both the available spots, the 2 spots remaining in football, and the 20 spots remaining in basketball. 30% off on those spots right there. In addition, folks, we have a lot of new breaks tonight. We have our National Treasures new release that you can get 30% off on right there. We have the Atlanta Falcons available, the Ravens, the Dolphins, the Eagles, and the Steelers. All of those teams get you a shot at the Bears, Jaguars, Patriots, Jets, and 49ers. We also have we have a Donruss Optic baseball choice right there. And then we have the Mosaic baseball hobby 3-team random. We already sold one of those. And we have this Chronicles UFC break that's been sitting with 7 spots up. We have that for 40% off. 40% off, and that weight class random gets you some beautiful, beautiful cards for sure. Not to mention the 2 autographs per box. 2 autographs per box. Alrighty, folks. Here we go. This is break 1511. I want to welcome Lonnie, Ian, and Matthew to joining us for the first time. Y'all can use break promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first break at BreakTraders.com. And with that, we will rip. We have James Robinson of the Jaguars, followed by a gold team, Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers. And then we have Marlon Humphrey of the Ravens and Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers. And then we're going to have our first memorabilia. That's going to be a Pieces of the Game, Justin Herbert. And that is 26 out of 249 of the Los Angeles Chargers, heading to Chris B. And Cynthia, I saw your question earlier but didn't answer. I mean, even the football was amazing in Nashville. I'm not complaining about being able to go to that game. Obviously, the loss is disappointing. Some questionable calls on both sides of the field. The refs, I feel like in the NFL, have been absolutely terrible and inconsistent. But you know, at the end of the day, the Bills had a shot to win and only had to get a half yard, and I'll take Allen, or a half foot, and I'll take Allen in that situation every time. So, you know, he slipped and Dawkins got crushed, and that's the ball game. Robbie Anderson of the Carolina Panthers, followed by a Roquan Smith out of 299 of the Chicago Bears, and then we have a dark horse, Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers right there, following that up with Robert Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Darren Waller of the Las Vegas Raiders. Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. Then we have a Shane Buechele RC out of 299 of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Cynthia. And Derrick Henry, what an impressive person he is to see it live. We have Amari Cooper, seal of approval of the Dallas Cowboys. Following that up, we have Devin Singletary of the Bills and Terry McLaurin of the Washington Football Team. We have Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals. Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals to get things kicking. Then the graffiti Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed up by Michael Pittman Jr. of the Colts and Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And here we go. Our next hit is going to be the Mirror Signatures, and that is going to be Mr. CeeDee Lamb, and that is 25 out of 30 of the Dallas Cowboys going to Chris B. On to our next one right here. We have Keenan Allen of the Chargers, followed by a Kelvin Joseph RC of the Dallas Cowboys out of 399, heading to Chris B. And then we have a filler card right there, followed up by a Stars, Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills, heading to T-Man, Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs, and Josh Allen of the Bills. Jonnu Smith of the New England Patriots, followed by a Devin Singletary out of 149 of the Buffalo Bills, heading to T-Man. Then we have a Stars, Travis Kelce out of 249, and that is of the Kansas City Chiefs, heading to Cynthia, followed by Calvin Ridley of the Falcons and Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks. We have David Montgomery of the Chicago Bears. Following that up, we have a gold team Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns, and that's heading to Chris. And then we have Jalen Rager of the Eagles and T. Higgins of the Bengals. And on to our next one right here. It is going to be a Jacob Harris rookie patch auto, 188 out of 199 right there for the Los Angeles Rams, heading to Lonnie. Lonnie getting a nice solid rookie patch auto in their first break with BreakTraders. And we have 3 packs left in this one. We have Chase Claypool of the Steelers, followed by a graffiti Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals. And then we have Justin Jefferson of the Washington Football Team and Carson Wentz of the Indianapolis Colts. And then our last memorabilia is going to be a little Jordan Love with the crotch patch out of 99 of the Green Bay Packers, and that's heading to Jay. Alrighty, on to the next one right here. Aaron Donald of the Rams, Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys, a Tom Brady dark horse out of 149 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, heading to Jay. And then we have Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns and Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs. Speaking of the Browns, what an injury report they've got going for them right now. Absolutely terrible out there in Cleveland. Julio Jones of the Atlanta Falcons, followed up by a Greg Rousseau, 41 out of 75 of the Buffalo Bills RC, heading to T-Man. And then we have a Stars, Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints, going to Cynthia. Following that up with Tyler Lockett of the Seattle Seahawks and Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants. Alrighty, folks. Well, let's run down these rookies. We have the Gregory Rousseau out of 75, headed to T-Man. Kelvin Joseph of the Dallas Cowboys out of 399, going to Chris. And Shane Buechele out of 299 of the Kansas City Chiefs, heading to Cynthia. And now on to our featured cards. We have 2 second-year quarterbacks and then a second-year wide receiver. We have the Jordan Love out of 99 of the Green Bay Packers to Jay. The CeeDee Lamb out of 30 of the Dallas Cowboys going to Chris B. And the Justin Herbert out of 249 of the Chargers going to Chris B. as well. And last but not least, we have a rookie patch auto, and that is going to be Mr. Jacob Harris of the Los Angeles Rams. That's 188 out of 299. Jacob Harris of the Rams, and that is going to Lonnie. Congratulations, Lonnie. And with that, we are done with break 1511. Done with break 1511. And that being said, we're moving on to some Donruss Hobby Hybrid. And we have 2 teams to auction off here, and we are going to do them together. It's going to be the New York Jets and the Los Angeles Chargers. Bidding for them will begin at $15 in increments of $5. $15 from AMPX. $25 from XCal. Do we have 30? 30 from Double M. Alrighty, and here we go. We will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Looks like that Spectra baseball just closed as well. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, which means Double M is taking it. Double M's taking it, and the link is in the chat. And we have to do our next show keyword giveaway right now. John, you let me know when you are ready.
I am ready.
Alrighty, folks. Monsters. Drop monsters in the chat. Vice principal's incorrect. Show giveaway guessing has ended. Show giveaway guessing has ended on monsters. And you know what I'm going to do here, folks? I'm going to drop a quick flash sale, and it's going to be 40% off the remaining teams available for our basketball and baseball breaks this the pre-scheduled breaks this evening. So get in there, get your 40% off, the 40% off on the teams that are currently available. You've got about 4 or 5 teams available in the next break, and you can use code REV40, 40% off all of those. Get in there and go buy some baseball. And folks, we are ready for break 1512, the 2021 Panini Donruss Hobby Hybrid one-box break. And I just want to welcome Andrew, Matthew, Steven, and John Jr. to BreakTraders for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. We have Darius Slayton of the Giants, Devin Singletary of the Bills, Randall Cobb of the Texans, Anthony Fursker of the Titans. Then we have Minka Fitzpatrick of the Steelers and Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers, followed up by Daz Newsome of the Chicago Bears, going to Haley. Then we have Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and that is out of 500. Following up with that, we have the Aaron Donald highlights of the Los Angeles Rams and a portraits Jalen Darden RC of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Zach. On to our second pack right here. We have Jacoby Myers of the Patriots, J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens, Danny Amendola of the Lions, Malcolm Jenkins of the Saints. Following that up, we have T.J. Watt of the Steelers and a Josh Palmer rated rookie of the Chargers heading to Double M. Following that, we have the green rated Ian Book, rated rookie of the New Orleans Saints heading to Cynthia. And then a red press proof, it's more than a feeling of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Followed up by a Rob Gronkowski Elite Series of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and a Dominators Matt Stafford of the Los Angeles Rams heading to Cynthia. And there we have Jared Goff's revenge game coming up this week, I believe. I guess it's kind of a Matt Stafford revenge game too, but I feel like Goff kind of got hung out to dry with the Rams there. Stephon Diggs of the Bills, Hunter Henry of the Patriots, Joe Burrow of the Bengals, Devontae Parker of the Dolphins. Then we have Keelan Cole of the Jets and Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns. Following that up, we have Hunter Long of the Miami Dolphins going to Steven. And a red press-proof Jalen Ramsey of the Rams, followed by a retro series Jerome Bettis of the Steelers, and the rookies Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. Of the 2021 products that have recently came out, I have to say Origins is my favorite. Panini Black's up there. Panini Black, we have a Pick Your Team plus random posted for that. We also have a Pick Your Team plus random of Chronicles Draft Picks Football Hobby, which is a very, very affordable break to potentially take a shot at getting one of those top QBs. We have Ndamukong Suh of the Bucks, Adam Thielen of the Vikings, Derek Brown of the Panthers, Matt Stafford of the Rams. Followed up by Jamison Crowder of the Jets and John Elway of the Broncos. Then we have a Najee Harris, a rated rookie of the Pittsburgh Steelers, going to Nick. Followed up by a red press-proof DJ Chark of the Jacksonville Jaguars, going to Spangs. And then we have a Power Formulas George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers, followed up by a Gridiron Kings Patty Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs headed to Francisco. Looks like we moved a couple of those basketball and baseball teams remaining. Remember, folks, you can get 40% off using code REV40. Jamal Adams of the Seahawks, Max Crosby of the Raiders, DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, Mally Cox of the Colts. Then we're going to have a Michael Gallup of the Cowboys and Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs, followed up by a Jabril Cox rated rookie of the Dallas Cowboys, heading to James. Following that up with a red press-proof Sammy Ellinger of the Indianapolis Colts, going to T-Man. And then we have an inducted Charles Woodson of the Green Bay Packers, going to Matthew, followed up by a Dominators Phil Lindsay of the Houston Texans, going to Cynthia. I saw all those rumors today, Brett, but then Marcel Luis Jacques, the new ESPN beat reporter for the Dolphins, said that they are not true from everything he's hearing out of Miami. I got to tell you, though, how could you be a fan of the Dolphins if they're willing to trade for that guy right now? Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, followed by Melvin Gordon of the Broncos, Logan Thomas of the Washington Football Team, Zach Cunningham of the Texans, Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, and Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. Following that up, we have Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to James, and then a purple out of 500, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, heading to James as well. And an Elite Series rookie, Nico Collins of the Houston Texans, heading to Cynthia, followed by an Action All-Pro, Aaron Donald of the Los Angeles Rams, heading to Cynthia as well. Joe Montana of the 49ers, John Elway of the Broncos, Derrick Henry of the Titans, TJ Hawkinson of the Lions, followed by Joe Namath of the Jets. Then we have a Rashawn Slater, rated a rookie of the Los Angeles Chargers, going to Double M. A green rated rookie, Simi Fioku of the Dallas Cowboys, heading to James. Followed up by a red press proof, Jamal Adams of the Seattle Seahawks. And then we have Bo Jackson of the Raiders, and a portrait, Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah, I get that. That'd be a tough thing to have to remove a tattoo. I would just say it's like absolute disaster in Miami. Not only are you willing to take a guy that has currently about 24 accusations of sexual assault, and I don't want to comment on if they're true or not, but I feel like where there's smoke, there is fire there. And then also they're just admitting that they made a terrible choice with the number 3 overall draft pick 2 years ago. I don't know. It doesn't seem like Flores and Greer are the answer. Saquon Barkley of the Giants, Josh Allen of the Bills, Emmanuel Ogbah of the Dolphins, Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals, Miles Jack of the Jaguars, Alvin Kamara of the Saints, Cornell Powell of the Kansas City Chiefs, and that's heading to Francisco, followed by a red press-proof Matt Ryan of the Falcons right there. And then we have Joe Namath, a Legend Series of the New York Jets, going to Double M, and the rookies, Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens, going to Chris B. Though granted, I mean, I think everyone knows in the NFL, if someone's talented enough, it really doesn't matter what they do. They're going to find someone to play. Look at it. Look at all the guys in the league right now that have been arrested, charged, and found guilty of domestic violence and things of that nature. Like, there's just, unfortunately, that's how the NFL operates. Cam Newton of the Patriots, Antoine Winfield Jr. of the Bucks, Tua of the Miami Dolphins, Sam Darnold of the Panthers. Following up with that, DJ Chark of the Jaguars. Then we have a Josh Jacobs of the Raiders right there, followed by Joe Tryon of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers RC, heading to Zach. And then we have a Josh Jacobs red press proof of the Raiders as well. Following that up, we have the Aaron Stinnie, the champ, is here, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then a Dominators, Tyreek Hill. Yeah, I didn't think Tua... Right, yeah. I didn't think Tua had a bad game. I mean, he threw for, 340 yards? He had that one bad interception, but, I mean, Allen had a bad interception against the Titans, so that happens. But Matt Mahomes threw 2 against the Bills. Delvin Cook of the Vikings, Quandre Diggs of the Seahawks, Kenneth Murray of the Chargers, Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals. Then we have a Jonathan Taylor of the Colts and Darnell Savage of the Packers, followed up by a Trey McKitty rated rookie of the Chargers going to Double M. And then we have a Peyton Turner of Red Press Proof of the New Orleans Saints heading to Cynthia. Following that up, we have Rich Gannon Elite Series, and then a Gridiron Kings Rookies edition of Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to James. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. We have the Gridiron Kings Terrace Marshalls Jr. of the Carolina Panthers to James, the Trey McKitty of the Chargers, Joe Tryon of the Buccaneers, the rookies Tylan Wallace of the Ravens, followed up by Cornell Powell of the Kansas City Chiefs, the portrait Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, the green Simi Fuku of the Cowboys, Rashawn Slater of the Chargers, the Elite Series rookies Nico Collins of the Texans, the out of 500 Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos, the Red Press Proof Sam Ellinger of the Colts, Jabril Cox of the Cowboys, Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Hunter Long of the Dolphins, a green Ian Book of the Saints, Josh Palmer of the Chargers. Following that up with a Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Daz Newsome of the Bears. And last but not least, a Rashad Bateman, the rookies of the Ravens. Yeah, I saw that about the Cowboy. And with that, we are done with break 15-12. We'll be right back from the hardwood for some Revolution basketball. We are back with some Revolution basketball, and we have 2 3-packs of teams to auction off. The first is going to be the Nets, the Lakers, and Spurs. The bidding for them will begin at $10 in increments of $5. Call an Uber or just have a driver. Like, $10 from AMPX. $10 from AMPX. $20 from Mr. CEO. Do we have 25? $25 from AMPX. Do we have 30? Looking for $30. $30. Do I hear $30? Alrighty, we are going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, with that, the countdown is complete. The countdown is complete. And we have AMPX taking them for $25. And you can drop your payment in the link in the chat. And the next three are going to be the Raptors, Jazz, Wizards. And that 3-pack's going to start at $5 in increments of $1. Five from Mike W. Do we have 6? Do we have 7? 6 from AMPX. Do we have 7? 8 from Double M, 9 from AMPX. $11 from Double M. I did not see that Jacob Eason got released. Crazy. Hey, Harry. I'm going to have to go try to get him in my waivers. Because he's now, not only did he get released, but he's the Seattle Seahawks' new backup to Geno Smith. And who knows, he might be able to get an opportunity to play there. 12 from AMPX, and we're going to start the countdown. Yeah, claimed him off waivers. Countdown is complete for the Raptors, Jazz, and Wizards. And AMPX takes it, and you can send your payment to the link in the chat. So the link in the chat. And while we wait to receive that payment, folks, let's take a little scroll over here at BreakTraders.com. We have one football spot left today. That's the New York Jets and certified football, and you can get that for 30% off via the link in the chat. And then we have 4 spots left in this National Treasures Collegiate Football. The Falcons, the Dolphins, the Eagles, and the Steelers. And all those spots are 30% off today. So they end up, all of those you can get for $100 or less. Well, the Steelers might be a little more than that. I was trying to do the math right there. Then we have the Donruss Optic Basketball Hobby Pick Your Team, which you can get for 20% off using the promo code RZ20. And then we have a Donruss Optic Hobby One-Box Pick Your Team, followed by Hobby Hybrid H2 Division a Random of Donruss Optic Football 2020. A Leaf Metal Draft with finally 2 spots left. The Origins Pick Your Team plus Random, a 2020 Donruss Optic Football Hobby Hybrid H2 One-Box Pick Your Team. A 2021 Black Football Hobby Pick Your Team, and then some certified football Pick Your Team plus random. And then Wade over here, we have the, where is it? Maybe I missed it. 1 second first, folks. We have the Chronicles Draft Picks Pick Your Team plus random with 27 spots left. Not sure why that wasn't. This is not 15-19. This is 15-13. So the Raptors were still unsold right there. Alrighty. And we're just waiting to receive that payment from AMPX. I will just double check to see if we've got that, and then we'll be able to fire away. Yes, we do. We are good to go. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 15-13, the 2020-21 Panini Revolution Hobby One Box Pick Your Team. And I want to welcome Eric and Robbie to BreakTraders for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. And after this, we're going to have some 2020 Donruss Optic fast break basketball right there. Alrighty, let's get cooking. We have Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks, Christian Wood of the Houston Rockets. Christian Wood of the Rockets. Then we have an Astro, Karis Levert of the Brooklyn Nets going to Leslie. Followed up by a Vortex, Chris Middleton of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Kevin. And then we are going to have an auto, and that is going to be Mr. Tyrese Maxey of the Philadelphia 76ers, and that is going to Robbie. Robbie getting the nice auto in their first break with BreakTraders. We have Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans, Markelle Fultz of the Magic, Miles Bridges of the Hornets, a Sunburst, Aaron Gordon of the Orlando Magic heading to Derek, and that is going to be number 75 out of 75 right there. Following that up with a little Devin Vassell RC of the San Antonio Spurs. We have Kevin Love of the Cavs, followed by Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, Devin Booker of the Suns, and then we have a Groove, Kira Lewis Jr. RC of the New Orleans Pelicans, going to Chris B., followed up by a Shockwave Revolution, Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors, heading to Eric. You have Davis Bertans of the Wizards, Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, a liftoff James Harden of the Houston Rockets, and that is going to be going to Cynthia right there. Following that up, we have Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics RC, and that is heading to Eric. I would really love to fill that National Treasures Collegiate Football. We have Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat, Miles Turner of the Indiana Pacers, Kobe White of the Bulls, a Groove, Lauri Markkanen of the Chicago Bulls going to Bob. Following that up, we have a Shockwave Revolution, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, and that is going to Cynthia. And we have 3 packs left. We have Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat, followed by Al Horford of the Thunder. Then we have Kyrie Irving of the Nets, followed up by a Vortex, Donovan Mitchell, and that is going to be a cubic out of 50 of the Utah Jazz going to Leslie. Following that up, we have a Precious Achua RC of the Miami Heat, and that is going to Cynthia. And we have 2 packs left right here. Derrick Rose of the Detroit Pistons, Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks, Anthony Davis of the Lakers are right there, followed up by a Steven Adams Astro of the New Orleans Pelicans, followed up by a rookie revolution, Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons, heading to Jordan. And here we go. We have Mike Conley of the Jazz, LeBron James of the Lakers, Nikola Vukovic of the Magic, followed up by an Astro, Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls, and that is going to Bob. And then an Isaac Okoro RC of the Cleveland Cavaliers, heading to Cynthia. Alrighty, let's run down our parallels of our veterans. We have the Astro, Karis Leverett of the Brooklyn Nets, the Astro, Steven Adams of the Pelicans, and the Groove, Lauri Markkanen of the Chicago Bulls. And then our inserts, we have the Kawhi Leonard Shockwave Revolution of the Clippers, the Liftoff James Harden of the Houston Rockets, followed up by a Shockwave Revolution Steph Curry of the Warriors, and a Vortex Chris Middleton of the Milwaukee Bucks. And now on to our rookies. We have our base rookies, Isaac Okoro of the Cavaliers going to Cynthia, Precious Achua of the Miami Heat to Cynthia, Aaron Naismith of the Celtics to Eric, and Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs to Leslie. And then our parallel and inserts. We have the Astro, Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls, heading to Bob, followed by the Rookie Revolution, Killian Hayes of the Pistons to Jordan, and then the Kira Lewis Jr. Groove of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Chris. And with that, we're moving on to our featured cards. And we have 2 parallel inserts. We have the 75 Aaron Gordon, 75 out of 75 Sunburst Aaron Gordon, followed by the cubic out of 50 Donovan Mitchell Vortex Revolution right there. And then the big hit in this one is going to be the Tyrese Maxey RC of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Robbie. What a way to start with BreakTraders. Robbie getting that one. And with that, we will be right back with some Donruss Optic Fast Break. Alrighty, we are back and ready for break 1514, the 2020-2021 Panini Donruss Optic Fast Break 1 Boxer. And I wanted to welcome Anthony and Dino and Jose to BreakTraders for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT at BreakTraders.com for 20% off your first order. And with that, we are going to rock and roll into this one. We have Luke Kennard of the Los Angeles Clippers, De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, Davis Bertans of the Wizards, a silver Dante DiVincenzo of the Milwaukee Bucks, and then here we go. He came in like a mellow ball. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And you know what that means. LaMelo Ball of the Charlotte Hornets going to Dennis. And that is going in a saute sizzle holder. And gonna get hit with that sizzle sticker to get things started. Not a bad first pack when you're pulling a Lonzo Ball Rook. Or LaMelo Ball Rook, sorry, misspoke there. Otto Porter of the Chicago Bulls. We have Steven Adams of the Pelicans. Zach LaVine of the Bulls. Then we got the the Elite Dominators, Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks right there. Followed up by a Tyler Bay, a rated rookie of the Dallas Mavericks, going to Dennis. We have Luminx Dort of the Thunder, Bam Adebayo of the Heat, Kobe White of the Bulls, a silver Cody Zeller of the Hornets, and that is going to Dennis. Following that up with Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs, rated rookie, going to Jose. We have a Kevin Love of the Cleveland Cavaliers, followed up by Jimmy Butler of the Heat, Kyrie Irving of the Nets, and then we have a silver Lonnie Walker of the San Antonio Spurs going to Jose, followed up by a Skylar Mays, a rated rookie of the Atlanta Hawks, heading to Cynthia. I sure hope not. We have a DeAndre Hopkins of the Phoenix Suns, Duncan Robinson of the Heat, Draymond Green of the Golden State Warriors, a silver Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans, and then a Tyrese Maxey rated rookie of the Philadelphia 76ers heading to Leslie. Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets, followed up by Joe Ingles of the Utah Jazz, Zach Collins of the Portland Trailblazers, a silver Rajon Rondo of the Atlanta Hawks, and then we have a Terrell Terry of the Dallas Mavericks going to Dennis. We have Al Horford of the Oklahoma City Thunder, Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves, James Harden of the Nets, a silver Jackson Hayes of the New Orleans Pelicans, and then we have an Oniko Okongwu rated rookie of the Atlanta Hawks heading to Cynthia. DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs, DeJounte Murray of the Spurs as well, Paul Millsap of the Denver Nuggets, a silver Chris Middleton of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Dennis. Then we have a Saban Lee rated rookie of the Detroit Pistons going to Dennis. And we're about to be halfway through this break. We've got Kevin Huerter of the Atlanta Hawks, followed by Michael Porter Jr. of the Nuggets, Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers, a silver LeBron James of the Los Angeles Lakers, and then it's Mr. 585. That's going to be Isaiah Stewart of the Detroit Pistons going to Dennis with that rated rook right there. J.J. Redick of the New Orleans Pelicans, Julius Randle of the Knicks, Aaron Gordon of the Magic, a silver Russell Westbrook of the Washington Wizards. Then we have a Peyton Pritchard rated rookie of the Boston Celtics heading to Dennis. We have, Marvin Bagley of the Kings, Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, Darius Garland of the Cavs, a silver Goran Dragic, and then we have that Anthony Edwards rated rookie. Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves headed to Dennis. And Dennis getting the top 2 rooks right there in this break. Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, followed by Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Atlanta Hawks. And it looks like we have our auto up coming right here. But first we have a silver Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers. And then a Cassius Stanley rated rookie of the Pacers. And that is heading to Dino. And here comes our auto. And it is going to be a 10 out of 10. Tony Kukoc, fast break signatures of the Chicago Bulls. And that is going to Dennis. We have Miles Bridges of the Hornets, Cam Reddish of the Hawks, John Collins of the Hawks as well, a silver Eric Bledsoe of the Pelicans. And then we have an RJ Hampton rated rookie of the Denver Nuggets going to Dennis. Harrison Barnes of the Sacramento Kings, followed by Malcolm Brogdon of the Pacers, Daniel House of the Rockets, a Disco All-Stars Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks heading to Dennis. And then we have a Theo Maledon, a rated rookie of the Oklahoma City Thunder, going to Dino. Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors, Josh Jackson of the Pistons, a PJ Washington of the Wizards, or of the Hornets, sorry, Markel Fultz Silver of the Orlando Magic. And then we have a Denny Avdija rated rookie of the Washington Wizards. And we got 3 more packs in this one. We have Brook Lopez of the Milwaukee Bucks, followed by Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Utah Jazz. And then we have a Rudy Gay of the San Antonio Spurs, followed up by a silver Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons right there. And that's going to Dennis, rated rookie, followed by Jameis R. Ramsey of the Sacramento Kings, rook going to Dennis as well. Eric Paschal of the Warriors, Jeremiah Grant of the Pistons, Eric Gordon of the Rockets, a silver Rui Hachimura of the Washington Wizards, followed up by a Sadiq Bey rated rookie of the Detroit Pistons, going to Dennis right there. And now on to our next pack right here. We have RJ Barrett of the Knicks, Joel Embiid of the 76ers, Devin Booker of the Suns, a silver Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies, and then a Malachi Flynn rated rookie of the Toronto Raptors going to Brett Diddley, Brett to wrap that one up. Alrighty, folks. Let's run these rookies down. We have Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors, Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons, Jameis R. Ramsey of the Sacramento Kings, a silver Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons, Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards, Theo Maledon of the Oklahoma City Thunder, RJ Hampton of the Nuggets, Cassius Stanley of the Pacers, Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics, Isaiah Stewart of the Detroit Pistons, followed up by Saban Lee of the Detroit Pistons, Oniko Kongwu of the Atlanta Hawks, Terrell Terry of the Dallas Mavericks, Tyrese Maxey of the Philadelphia 76ers, Skylar Mays of the Atlanta Hawks, and Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs, and Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks. And with that, we are on to our featured cards. We have the Anthony Edwards RC of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that is going to Dennis. And then we have He came in like a mellow ball. Base RC followed up by the 10 out of 10. Tony Kukoc fast break signatures of the Chicago Bulls. That one, both of those cards are going to Dennis. And with that, we'll be back in 5 minutes with a T-Man personal. Alrighty. We are back right now with T-Man's personal, and it appears he is here, so we will dive in. We have Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns. Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns, followed up by a Stars, Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns as well. And then we have Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings and DJ Chark of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And here we go, folks. We have our first hit, and that is going to be a Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers out of 199. Phil, there is no code this evening for Prism Fast Break. There was a flash discount last week for Donruss Optic Hobby and Donruss Optic Fast Break, but that code's expired. We have DJ Moore of the Carolina Panthers to get started here, followed up by a Jonathan Taylor Gold Team of the Indianapolis Colts. And then we have a DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals and Josh Jacobs of the Raiders. And here we go. Our next memorabilia is going to be a Chicago Bear, and that is going to be David Montgomery. And that is 42 out of 50 with the dual color patch. Getting some nice low-numbered memorabilias here for T-Man and this personal break. Here we go, Ryan Tannehill of the Titans, followed up by a Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah RC, and that is 33 out of 99 of the Cleveland Browns. Then we have a graffiti James Robinson of the Jaguars, followed up by Tua of the Miami Dolphins and Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. And here we go. We have Cam Akers of the Rams, followed by a Kene Nwangu out of 299 of the Minnesota Vikings. And that is right there. And that's a nice RC, followed up by a dark horse, Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings, to follow that up. And then we have Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns and Matt Ryan of the Atlanta Falcons. Jamison Crowder of the New York Jets, followed by DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions. Then we're going to have a seal of approval, TJ Watt out of 75 of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Following that up with A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans and Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles. We have Brandon Cooks of the Texans, followed by a LaMichael Perine out of 249 of the Jets right there. And then we have a seal of approval, Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints. Seal of approval, Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints right there, followed up by Joe Burrow of the Bengals and Kirk Cousins of the Minnesota Vikings. We have Taysom Hill of the New Orleans Saints. Taysom Hill of the New Orleans Saints, followed by a Stars, Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants. And then we have Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts, followed up by Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And our next memorabilia is going to be an out of 299. And this is just the David Montgomery box, I guess. We have 2 crotch patches, 1 out of 50 and 1 out of 299 of the Chicago Bears heading to T-Man. And we have 1 memorabilia left and 3 packs to go. Let's see what we're going to get right here. Drew Lock of the Denver Broncos. Drew Lock of the Denver Broncos. Followed up by a gold team, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then we're going to have Mr. Derek Carr of the Raiders and Devontae Parker of the Miami Dolphins. And then here it goes. It is going to be a Mirror Signatures linebacker, Andre Tippett, and that is 18 out of 35 of the New England Patriots. We got 2 packs left. Still waiting on that big graffiti that Brett has been calling for a while. Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers, followed by a Dwame Brown out of 399 of the Washington Football Team, RC. And then we have a CeeDee Lamb graffiti of the Dallas Cowboys, followed up by Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team and Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns. Nice. Darius Slayton of the New York Giants, followed up by a Kelvin Joseph out of 149 of the Dallas Cowboys. And then we have a Stars, Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs right there, followed up by Calvin Ridley of the Falcons and Russell Wilson of the Seahawks. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. We have Kelvin Joseph of the Dallas Cowboys out of 149, followed by Dwame Brown out of 399 of the Washington Football Team, Kene Nwangu out of 299 of the Minnesota Vikings, and then out of 99, Jeremiah Wasu-Kamara of the Cleveland Browns. And now on to our featured cards. First, our veterans, we have the double David Montgomerys, followed by the Andre Tippett. Andre Tippett out of 35, and then we have the David Montgomery out of 50 with the 2-color patch and the single color patch out of 299. And last but not least, it is going to be Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers right there, and that is 41 out of 199. And with that, we are done with T-Man's personal. Thank you very much, T-Man, for your personal. And if anyone wants a personal that we don't have listed on our website, please email us at support@breaktraders.com and we can get you some pricing on that and secure a box for you. Alrighty, and with that, we'll be right back from BT Park for some baseball. Alrighty. We are back and we're ready to open one of our first new releases of the night. First new releases of the night, but first we have to randomize monsters. Type monsters in the chat. We are so close with that National Treasures Collegiate Football hobby. Let's get that filled. 30% off. You're not going to find a better deal out there. Especially with the opportunity to get a shot at the Bears, Jaguars, Patriots, Jets, and 49ers. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Stokes and Stokes.
All right, Nick Stokes taking the victory right there, getting this free pack. We have a Jack Studninka, followed by Matthew Takuch, Jordan Binnington, a Nathan McKinnon. Then we have Brad Richardson, David Perron, Evgeny Dadvanov, and Ryan O'Reilly. Congratulations, Nick. And with that, it is time for break number 1222. That's that 2021 Topps 5-Star Baseball one-box card random that released today. And that's going to be between T-Man and Steven. Between T-Man and Steven. So we are going to randomize them, the users, first, and then we will randomize the cards once we pull them. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this one. That's going to be 7 times. 7 times on that randomization. 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty. We have Steven getting the first card and T-Man getting the second. Granted, since it's not based on them pulling, I guess it really doesn't necessarily matter yet what how the users are aligned, but we like to keep that randomization alive. And here we go. We are gonna see what we've got. Alrighty, and we're going to have 2 cards right here. And they are going to be the 35 out of 50 Jock Peterson. Jock Peterson, 35 out of 50 right there. And then we're going to have the Ichiro auto as well. And that Ichiro auto is not going to be numbered. Jock Peterson turns it on in Mr. Jocktober himself right there. That is a nice hit. And then we have the Ichiro auto as well. And we are going to see how many times we are going to randomize these 2 cards. And that is going to be 6 times. 6 times on that randomization. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and here we go. 6. Jock Peterson going to Steven, and Ichiro going to T-Man. Alrighty. So just as another rundown, we have the East Jock Peterson 35 out of 50 going to Steven. And then the Ichiro of the Seattle Mariners going to T-Man. And with that, we are done with break 1222. Done with break 1222, and we'll be right back with some Mosaic baseball.
Okay.
Alrighty, we are back with some Mosaic baseball. Mosaic baseball. And before we get to that, we are going to do our next keyword giveaway. Alrighty, folks. That keyword is going to vampires. It's vampires, and you have 1 minute to guess the show. No correct guesses yet.
Monsters, good show.
No correct guesses yet.
That's it for guessing.
Show giveaway guessing has ended. And with that, it is time for break 1539. Another new release today, and that is the 2021 Mosaic Baseball Hobby 1-Box 3-Team Random. And with that, we will see how many times we're going to randomize these users. And that is going to be 6 times. 6 times on that randomization. And folks, we have another Mosaic Baseball 3-Team Random you can get in for 30% off. We also have that Donruss Optic Choice Baseball for 30% off as well. Boom. Here we go. And we've got those teams loaded right there. And we will get this pack box open as we go into that one. We have J.P. Crawford of the Mariners. J.P. Crawford of the Mariners. Following up with Albert Pujols of the Angels. David Fletcher of the Angels as well. Madison Bumgarner of the Diamondbacks. Willie Adams of the Tampa Bay Rays. Then we have Jim Thome of the Cleveland Guardians. Jim Thome of the Cleveland Guardians. Followed up by Juan Soto of the Nationals. A Drew Rasmussen, RC of the Milwaukee Brewers. Drew Rasmussen of the Milwaukee Brewers right there, going to be heading to Steven. Followed up by an Adonis Medina of the Philadelphia Phillies, RC, going to Phil. Then we have a Braylon Marquez, RC of the Chicago Cubs, heading to Cynthia. Following that up with a Chris Bubik of the Kansas City Royals, RC, and that is going to be going to Steven. And then we have the Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, followed up by a rookie debut, Alex Baum of the Philadelphia Phillies, heading to Phil right there. And then we have a locked-in Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox. And it appears we are going to have our first memorabilia of the evening. And it is going to be a rookie autographs Mosaic Tariq Screwball redemption. And that is going to be the Detroit Tigers. And that means that is heading to Double M. Alrighty, and we are on to the second pack of this Mosaic baseball. Rowdy Tellez of the Blue Jays, Framber Valdez of the Astros, Aaron Nola of the Phillies, Jacob deGrom of the New York Mets, Jack Flaherty of the St. Louis Cardinals, Jermaine Marquez of the Colorado Rockies, Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals. Then we have an all-time greats, Win Sandberg of the Cubs, followed up by Daz Cameron RC of the Detroit Tigers, headed to Double M, and a Garrett Crochet RC of the Chicago White Sox to T-Man, followed up by a Spencer Howard RC of the Phillies, and that is going to Phil. And then we're going to have the all-time greats Mosaic Red, Ken Griffey Jr. of the Seattle Mariners right there, followed by a hollow Nick Ahmed of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And then we're going to have a Stairmasters Aroldis Chapman of the New York Yankees heading to Steven right there. Following up, we have a locked in Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is going to T-Man. Two spots left in that National Treasures break, and you can get them for 30% off. Go chasing Waddle, Najee Harris, Pat Freiermuth. Second years for Mr. Tua right there. Trey Mancini of the Ravens, Luis Robert of the White Sox, Kyle Tucker of the Astros, Joey Gallo of the Rangers, Eric Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Kevin Gausman of the San Francisco Giants, Jorge Polanco of the Twins, Mickey Moniak RC of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that is going to Phil, followed by Nick Nieder of the Miami Marlins going to Gavin. Then we have Brent Wooker of the Minnesota Twins RC, and that is going to be heading to Phil. Following that up with an Evan White RC of the Seattle Mariners going to Cynthia. We have our Disco Will Myers of the San Diego Padres, followed by an Introductions Christian Robinson of the Arizona Diamondbacks right there. Following that up, we have a Stairmasters Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays going to T-Man. And then last but not least in this pack, it is going to be a rookie autograph, and that is Mr. Jake Cronenworth of the San Diego Padres heading to Steven. Nice rookie hits so far. Mike Messina of the Yanks, Aristides Aquino of Cincinnati, Walker Buehler of the Dodgers, Whit Merrifield of Kansas City, JT Realmuto of the Phillies, Manny Machado of the Padres, Francisco Lindor of the New York Mets. Following that up with the Jahmai Jones RC of the Baltimore Orioles going to Steven. Then a Dane Dunning RC of the Texas Rangers heading to Steven as well. Followed up by an all-time greats Larry Doby of the Cleveland Guardians. And then we're going to have a Evan White RC of the Seattle Mariners right there going to Cynthia. Followed up by a silver Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians and a Disco Walker Buehler of the Dodgers. Followed up by a V-Tool Mookie Betts. That is a cool card right there for sure. Very cool looking for sure. Of the Dodgers to Steven. And then we're going to have a rookie debut, Evan White of the Seattle Mariners to Cynthia as well. Alrighty, and after this pack, we'll be halfway through this Mosaic baseball. Austin Hayes of the Baltimore Orioles, Max Muncy of the Dodgers, Kent Tometa of the Twins, Preston Hero of the Brewers, Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox, Eugenio Suarez of the Cincinnati Reds, Max Scherzer of the Washington Nationals, Ryan Zimmerman of the Nationals as well. Then we have a Luis Campusano RC of the San Diego Padres heading to Steven, followed by Alex Manoah of the Toronto Blue Jays going to T-Man. Following that up, we have Keegan Aiken RC of the Baltimore Orioles going to Steven as well. And then a Disco Tariq Screwball of the Detroit Tigers heading to Double M. And a Disco Brian Anderson of the Miami Marlins, followed by an International Men of Mastery, and that is Miguel Cabrera of the Chicago White Sox right there. And that is going to be heading to T-Man, followed by an Eyes on the Prize Chris Sale of the Boston Red Sox to Double M. Dominic Smith of the Mets, Sonny Gray of the Cincinnati Reds, Noah Syndergaard of the Mets, Josh Bell of the Washington Nationals, Eduardo Rodriguez of the Boston Red Sox, Mookie Betts of the Dodgers, Nomar Mazara of the Detroit Tigers, a William Contreras RC of the Atlanta Braves heading to T-Man. And then we have an all-time greats, Alex Rodriguez from the New York Yankees, followed by a Luis Garcia RC of the Washington Nationals. Then we have a silver, Michael Brantley of the Houston Astros, followed by a disco, Spencer Turnbull of the Detroit Tigers. And then we have an International Men of Mastery, and that is Didi Gregorius of the Cincinnati Reds going to T-Man, followed up by a Field Vision, Johnny Bench of the Cincinnati Reds as well going to T-Man. And then our last auto is going to be a rookie autographs, Jonathan Stever of the Chicago White Sox, and that is going to T-Man. Alrighty, and we have 4 packs left in this one. Miguel Rojas of the Marlins, Frank Thomas of the White Sox, Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics, Evan Longoria of the San Francisco Giants, Bo Bichette of the Toronto Blue Jays, Jose Barrios of the Minnesota Twins, Chris Paddock of the Padres, Corey Seager of the Dodgers, your main Mercedes RC of the Chicago White Sox headed to T-Man, followed up by Tucker Davidson of the Atlanta Braves going to T-Man as well. And then we have a Jonathan India of the Cincinnati Reds RC to T-Man, followed up by the red Javier Baez of the Chicago Cubs, a Disco Aristides Aquino of the Cincinnati Reds. Then we have a rookie debut Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays. Following that one up, we have an introductions Disco Austin Martin of the Toronto Blue Jays going to T-Man. That Luis Patino of the Rays is going to Steven. And with that, we have 3 packs left in this break. Kyle Freeland of the Colorado Rockies, Max Kepler of the Twins, JD Martinez of the Boston Red Sox, Luke Vogt of the New York Yankees, Marcell Ozuna of the Braves, Willie Stargell of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Mike Trout of the Angels. We have a Sixto Sanchez RC of the Miami Marlins to Gavin, followed up by Bobby Dalbec RC of the Boston Red Sox going to Double M. And then we have a Taylor Trammell RC of the Seattle Mariners heading to Cynthia, followed up by an all-time greats Ken Griffey Jr. of the Seattle Mariners, a silver Chris Bryant of the Chicago Cubs, a disco Kyle Tucker of the Houston Astros, followed by an introductions Tristan Casas of the Boston Red Sox going to Double M right there. And then we have a Stairmaster Trevor Hoffman of the San Diego Padres to finish out that pack. And we have 2 packs left in this one. Matt Olson of the Oakland Athletics, Garrett Cole of the New York Yankees, Michael Conforto of the Mets, Ramil Tapia of the Colorado Rockies, Brad Keller of the Kansas City Royals, George Springer of the Toronto Blue Jays, Pablo Lopez of the Marlins, Tanner Hook, RC of the Boston Red Sox, going to double M right there. Then we have Letty Travaris of the Texas Rangers, going to Steven, followed by an Ian Anderson, RC of the Atlanta Braves, heading to T-Man. And then we're going to have the blue, Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals, and that is going to be out of 99. Nice rook right there. Followed up by a silver, John Means of the Orioles, a disco, Mauricio Dubon of the San Francisco Giants, the V-Tool, Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves, followed up with an International Men of Mastery, and that is Mr. Max Kepler of the Minnesota Twins. And here we are on to our next and final pack. Rhys Hoskins of the Phillies, Maikel Franco of the Baltimore Orioles, Charlie Blackmon of the Rockies, Heimer Candelario of the Detroit Tigers, James Kernock of the Cleveland Guardians, Sean Murphy of the Oakland Athletics, Adalberto Mondesi of the Kansas City Royals, followed by a Devi Garcia of the New York Yankees, heading to Steven, a Haisong Kim RC of the San Diego Padres, going to Steven as well. Anderson Tejada of the Texas Rangers, heading to Steven. Then we have Jake Cronenworth of the San Diego Padres, going to Steven, followed up by a Jonathan Stiver Disco RC of the Chicago White Sox to T-Man. A Mike Messina of the New York Yankees to Steven. And then a rookie debut, Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels to Phil, followed up by a Jose Altuve, eyes on the prize of the Houston Astros. And that is going to be heading to T-Man to wrap up that break. And now we got to run down these rookies. Alrighty, let's do it. The rookie debut, Joe Adele of the Angels. The disco, Jonathan Stever of the Chicago White Sox. Jake Cronenworth of the Padres. Anderson Tejada of the Texas Rangers. Haisong Kim of the Padres. Devi Garcia of the Yankees. Ian Anderson of the Braves. Letty Tavares of the Texas Rangers. Tanner Hook of the Boston Red Sox. Taylor Trammell of the Seattle Mariners. Bobby Delback of the Red Sox. Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins, followed up by a rookie debut, Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays, Jonathan India of the Cincinnati Reds, Tucker Davidson of the Braves, Yermain Mercedes of the White Sox, Luis Garcia of the Nationals, William Contreras of the Braves, Tariq Skubal of the Detroit Tigers, Keegan Aitken of the Orioles, Alex Manoah of the Blue Jays, Luis Campusano of the Padres, a disco rookie debut, Evan White of the Seattle Mariners, Evan White again of the Mariners, Dane Dunning of the Rangers, Jahmai Jones of the Orioles, a silver Evan White of the Mariners, Brent Rooker of the Twins, Nick Nieder of the Miami Marlins, Mickey Moniak of the Phillies, Spencer Howard of the Phillies, Garrett Crochet of the White Sox, Daz Cameron of the Detroit Tigers, a rookie debut, Alex Baum of the Philadelphia Phillies, followed up by Chris Buick of the Kansas City Royals, Braylon Marquez of the Cubs, Adonis Medina of the Phillies, and Drew Rasmussen of the Milwaukee Brewers. And now on to our featured cards. We have the out of 99 Luis Garcia RC right there. And that is of the Washington Nationals, heading to Lucas. And then we have our three autos, starting with the auto redemption and ending with these two rookie autographs. We have the Jake Cronenworth RC of the San Diego Padres, and that is going to be heading to Steven. The Tariq Skubal redemption of the Detroit Tigers, going to Double M, and the Jonathan Stiver of the Chicago White Sox, headed to T-Man. And with that, we will be back with Spectra Baseball in 5 minutes. Alrighty, we are back with our last scheduled break for the next almost hour here, 9:40 till 10:30. So hopefully, folks, we can get some filled. Otherwise, we are going to be sitting pretty for about 40 minutes till 10:30. So let's fill that National Treasures break while we're doing this one. In addition to that, we have the 4 spots left in Donruss Optic Basketball Hobby 1-box pick your team plus random. Those are 20% off right now. 20% off right now, right there. Then we have a pick your team Donruss Optic Hobby pick your team, followed up with the Donruss Optic Football Hobby Hybrid H2 1-box division random for Optic. 2 spots left in the Leaf Metal Draft, 12 spots left in Origins Football, 4 in a Donruss Football Hobby 1-box pick your division. And then let's look at some of these things we could fill fast. This Chronicles Basketball on sale for $35 right there. And then we have some Mosaic Baseball, Donruss Optic Baseball Hobby. We also have the Donruss Optic Choice Baseball with 6 spots left that you can get into for 30% off. Some Obsidian Basketball Hit Drafts, Prism Basketball Fast Break 1-box 3-team random, though that hasn't moved. That we did put up another 2-card random for the Topps 5-star baseball as well. I'd be interested in possibly doing a snake. We could snake Mosaic Baseball that opened today. That would be roughly $100 or no, $60 a spot right there. We could snake National Treasures. National Treasures would be roughly $125 a spot right there, but I feel like you'd almost rather do a hit draft than a snake draft on that one. But all right, in the meantime, while we wait to get started with this Spectra break, vampires. Vampires is the keyword. Let's randomize it. So type vampires in the chat. All right, John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is T-Man.
T-Man getting the Donruss football pack right here, 2019 Donruss football. Let's see what we've got in it. We have some Mr. Aaron Rodgers, followed by Khalil Mack. Apparently he owns him. Then we have Robert Woods of the Rams, Jim Kelly of the Bills, Kevin Byard of the Titans, Dante Pettis of the San Francisco 49ers, Myles Garrett of the Browns, and Darrell Henderson, rated rookie of the Rams. And with that, here we go. This is break 1476, the 2021 Spectra Baseball 1-box 3-team random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this one. And that is 8 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And we will get these teams loaded right now. And while those run through, we will get this box open. And right off the gate, we have the Shirton Apostle RC right there of the Texas Rangers. And that is going to be heading to Michael. Following that, we have a green Rafael Devers out of 30 of the Boston Red Sox. And that is going to Steven. And then we're going to have our first memorabilia. And it is going to be out of 15. And that is going to be a Fireworks Fabric Michael Conforto of the New York Mets. Nice hit right there of the New York Mets. And that is going to be going to Steven. I might have to mag that one because it's so thick. Or do you have the extra thick sleeves? Well, I need a sleeve though too.
Here. Extra thick sleeves should work. They don't?
This one doesn't work. It's not big enough.
Wow. Yeah, mag it.
We don't have anything bigger than that?
No, those should be our biggest sleeves.
All right, well, here it goes. Michael Conforto. Maybe that'll fit in the other mag right there. Very, very pretty card for sure. I just don't want to jam it into that sleeve. Obviously. There we go. Fits perfectly right there. And that is magged up. And that is the out of 15 Michael Conforto of the New York Mets. And then our next memorabilia slash auto is going to be out of 99. And that is going to be the Jonathan Papelbon auto of the Philadelphia Phillies, going to Mr. CEO. Alrighty, on to our next pack right here. Off the bat, we are going to have the neon pink Jorge Soler of the Kansas City Royals, and that's going to be out of 40. Following that up, we're going to have an Alex Baum RC of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that is going to Timothy right there. And then our next memorabilia is going to be the Next Era Jason Dominguez button patch, and that is a 2 out of 8 of the New York Yankees, and that is going to be heading to Steven. What a hit right there. Whew. Two of 8. And next up, we have out of 199, it is going to be a Nate Pearson rookie patch auto of the Toronto Blue Jays, and that is heading to Steven. Wow, Steven with just back-to-back hits. Alrighty. You'd think there'd be more, but it could only be 8. That's possible. All right, we have Ketel Marte of the Arizona Diamondbacks headed to Steven right off of the front. Following that up with an Alejandro Kirk RC of the Toronto Blue Jays, and that is going to Steven. And then here we go. Our next hit is going to be the Ryzen rookie. That's a double patch with 5 colors. Jorge Mateo of the San Diego Padres out of 20. And that is going to be heading to Tim. Nice hit right there of the Padres. And next up, we have a redemption, and that is going to be a Spectra rookie jersey autographs, Mr. Sam Huff. Sam Huff of the Texas Rangers, and that is going to Michael. And we've got 1 pack left in this one. We have Jeff McNeil, orange out of 20 of the New York Mets, going to Steven. Next up, we are going to have the Tristan McKenzie RC. Tristan McKenzie of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is going to be out of 50, and that is heading to Steven. And on our next memorabilia, and that includes the National Treasures right there, it is going to be a out of 20, number 1 out of 20 Brilliance patch. That is Mr. Jameson Taillon of the New York Yankees. I don't know why that is a black and yellow and black patch right there. That's interesting for sure. And that is heading to Steven. 1 out of 20. And last but not least, the last card in this one is going to be out of 99, and it is going to be a Brent Rooker rookie patch auto of the Minnesota Twins going to Double M. Alrighty, we will run down these rooks and then get into the featured cards. The out of 50, Tristan McKenzie of the Cleveland Guardians going to Steven. Followed by Alejandro Kirk of the Toronto Blue Jays to Steven. Alex Baum Silver of the Philadelphia Phillies. And that is going to be heading to Timothy. And that is a hyper right there. And then we have Sherton Apostle of the Texas Rangers going to Michael. Alrighty, and now we are on to our featured cards. We have our 2 patches. Jorge Mateo of the San Diego Padres heading to Timothy, and Jameson Taillon of the New York Yankees going to Steven. Following that up, we've got our signatures, Jonathan Papelbon of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that is going to Timothy. And then we're going to have 2 rookie patch autos, followed by a rookie auto redemption. Rookie patch auto redemption. Sam Huff of the Texas Rangers going to Michael. Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to Steven. And Brent Rooker of the Minnesota Twins going to Double M. And last but not least, we got our 2 mags. And here they go. They're both from the city that never sleeps, the Big Apple. Michael Conforto, the New York Mets, with that freshman fabrics out of 15 going to Steven. And then Jason Dominguez, 2 out of 8 of the New York Yankees, heading to Steven as well. And with that, we are done with break 1476. Done with break 1476. And we will be back in 30 minutes with some absolute baseball. We are back and about to get the second half of our show underway. Starting off with some Panini Absolute baseball right there. But first, we have to do our next giveaway keyword. Here we go, folks. Our next keyword is Presidio.
Come on, guess it.
Is anyone else having trouble hearing me?
Like you should be producing that.
Yeah, I think, Tom, it might be your... Oh, perfect. Thank you, Brett Diddley. Brett. What do we do in the shadows is incorrect. True Blood incorrect. Alrighty, with that, show keyword guessing has ended. And John, we made it through a whole show.
What?
Without anyone getting the correct guess.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Which I guess means I'm going to have to come up with some new keywords for this show.
Okay.
Alrighty. Well, with that, I think it's time to rock and roll. What do you think, John?
I think so.
Alrighty, here we go. The start of BreakTraders Late Night. This is break 1515, the 2021 Panini Absolute one box. Pick your team, and I want to welcome Klaus, Sam, Kenneth, and Scott to BreakTraders for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. We're just going to continue the keyword guesses, Mike, so we will keep it going throughout the rest of the show. The Vampire Chronicles is incorrect. And guessing ended a bit ago, but we will open it up again, don't worry. All right, we got Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox heading to Chris. Dansby Swanson of the Atlanta Braves to Brooks. Max Fried of the Atlanta Braves as well going to Brooks. Then we have Frank Chance of the Cubs headed to Kevin, followed by Cody Bellinger of the Los Angeles Dodgers to Greg. Then we're going to have a George Springer out of 99 of the Toronto Blue Jays heading to Justin. Following that up with a little Reggie Jackson Power of the New York Yankees going to Greg. And then a Babe Ruth, 26 out of 99 of the New York Yanks heading to Greg as well. And now we're on to our memorabilia cards here. First, we're going to have the tools of the trade, and that's going to be Mr. George Brett of the Kansas City Royals, followed up by a Ryan Jeffers, 27 out of 50 on bat auto, and that is of the Minnesota Twins going to Harry. Ryan Jeffers of the Twins going to Harry, and George Brett of the Kansas City Royals going to Sam. Sam getting a nice tools of the trade memorabilia on their first time with BreakTraders. Alrighty, we are on to our second box right here. No one said a Brett. Well, they did. We did say Brett, but we said it was a last name, not a first name. All right, we have Blake Schnell of San Diego Padres going to Matt. Brian Anderson of the Miami Marlins heading to Chris. Jimmy Fox of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Cynthia. And then we have Randy Arizona of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Jay. And then kaboom goes the dynamite. It is Mr. Cody Bellinger of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that is going to Greg. And that is definitely getting a saute sizzle sticker. Nice hit right there. I feel like we were on like a kaboom hit, like firestorm, and now we are and finally just came back. And then we have a Fernando Tatis Jr. out of 199 of the San Diego Padres, and that's going to Matt, followed by Chipper Jones of the Atlanta Braves going to Brooks. And then we have a Trey Turner of the Washington Nationals going to Cynthia. And on to our memorabilia. First, we're going to have a Tools of Patches out of 25. That is Mr. Mitch Hanger of the Mariners. And then we have the out of 10, Luis Garcia, rookie signature on bat. That Mitch Haniger of the Seattle Mariners going to Matt. And then we have the Luis Garcia rookie signatures on bat right there, or gold on black, 6 out of 10 of the Nationals heading to Cynthia. And that was a heck of a box right there. A hot box, as one may say. All right, let's run down these rookies and inserts parallels. We have Trey Turner of the Washington Nationals to Cynthia. The Power, Chipper Jones of the Atlanta Braves to Brooks. The Fernando Tatis Jr. out of 199 of the San Diego Padres going to Matt. A Power, Babe Ruth out of 99 of the New York Yankees going to Greg. And then we have Reggie Jackson of the Yankees as well, followed by George Springer, 36 out of 99 of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Justin. And now on to the featured cards. First, we have our two patches. We have Mr. Mitch Haniger of the Seattle Mariners and little George Brett of the Kansas City Royals. And then we're going to have our two rookie signatures right there. And in the middle of all that, kaboom goes the dynamite. So the Ryan Jeffers of the Minnesota Twins going to Harry. The Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals to Cynthia. Mitch of the Seattle Mariners going to Matt. And George Brett of the Kansas City Royals going to Sam. And with that, we are done with break number 1515. We'll be right back with 1516. What a box that was. Hopefully this Bowman Chrome light can hang with that absolute hobby break. But first, folks, in the meantime, type Presidio in the chat. We will be randomizing that right now. And as we do that, I will show all of you our website. So here we go, folks. Just checking it out if you're here for the first time. We have one spot available in one of our pre-scheduled football breaks. You can get that for 30% off with the promo code in the chat. I believe that's the New York Jets. 2 spots available in this National Treasures football. The Dolphins, you can go waddle hunting. The Steelers, you can go Najee hunting. And both of those you can get for roughly, the Dolphins is going to be significantly less than 115. Let me do that math for you quick right there. $80 for the Dolphins and $97 for the Steelers. For $200, you can get a shot. You could get 2 shots at the Bears, Jags, Patriots, Jets, and 49ers right there. And just use that promo code right there for National Treasures. It is in the chat right now. We also have 4 spots left in this Donruss Optic basketball hobby 1-box pick your team plus random. We got 20% off on that using code RZ20. 3 spots left in this Donruss Optic football hobby hybrid H2 right there. Division random, 2 spots in Leaf Metal football. We have Origins that has slowed down for sure, but there's still some great opportunities to get in that for cheap right there. And then we have a pick your division of break 1405. Following that up with a Donruss Optic Baseball Choice, 6 spots left. That is a new release as well tonight that you can get into for 30% off. Same with that Mosaic Baseball Hobby 1-box team random. Topps 5-star baseball 1-box card random as well. All right, John, can you get in here and give us a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is David Garcia.
Sounds good. Sounds good, David Garcia. Let's see what we are going to pull for David. Let me get my face back on the screen so you know I'm pulling fairly. And it is going to be a Young Guns hockey. A little upper deck Young Guns hockey right here. We have Patrick Lane of the Columbus Blue Jackets. We have Elias Peterson of the NHL All-Stars. Slater Kokok of the Oilers. Ryan Strome of the Rangers. Followed up by a Matthias Broom, a rookie class of the Reds. Then we have Travis Konecny with the NHL All-Star right there. Teddy Bluger of the Penguins. And Ryan Zingle of the Senators. Alrighty. With that, we are ready for break 1516, the 2021 Topps Bowman Chrome Hobby Light 1-box Pick Your Team. And I just want to welcome Jose, Colton, Christopher, Chris, and then that is it of the new members of the BT community joining us this evening for this break. Hopefully you stick around and use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com, or take advantage of some of these great deals on our new available football breaks. We have Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds, RC, and that is heading to Mr. CEO, followed by a Garrett Crochet, RC, of the Chicago White Sox, heading to Kevin. And then we're going to have a Dawn of Glory, and that's Lover Paguero of the Pittsburgh Pirates, heading to Shane right there, and that's one of our box hits, followed up by a Christian Santana, Bowman first of the Detroit Tigers. Christian Santana, Bowman first of the Detroit Tigers, heading to Colton. And then we're going to have a Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers, and that is going to be going to Chris. And we're on to our next pack right there. We have Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves. Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves going to Cynthia. And that is followed up by a Heston Kjerstad out of 199 of the Baltimore Orioles going to Jose. Welcome to Break Traders, Jose. Then we have Matthew Allen with that black and white, that little 101 Dalmatian of the New York Mets to Mr. CEO. And then Max Meyer of the Miami Marlins and Robert Hassel of the San Diego Padres. We have Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals, RC, right there. And that is going to be heading to Cynthia, followed up by Eugenio Suarez of the Cincinnati Reds. Then we have a 40-man futures Tyler Soderstrom of the Oakland Athletics going to Manny, followed up by Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals and Patrick Bailey of the San Francisco Giants. Alrighty. Next up, we have Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, followed by a Royce Lewis Summer Camp of the Minnesota Twins right there, heading to Chris. Then we're going to have a black and white JJ Blade of the Miami Marlins going to Jose. Following that up with Nick Lodolo of the Cincinnati Reds and Garrett Mitchell of the Milwaukee Brewers. Luis Orez of the Minnesota Twins, followed by Fernando Tatis of the San Diego Padres. Then we have a 40-man futures Heston Kjerstad of the Baltimore Orioles going to Jose. Following that up with Victor Acosta, Bowman first of the San Diego Padres, headed to Francisco. And an Alexander Ramirez, Bowman first of the New York Mets, going to Mr. CEO. We have Randy Arizona of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by a purple Armando Cruz of the Washington Nationals, and that is out of 250 with that Bowman first, and that's heading to Todd, followed up by a black and white Michael Taliglia of the Colorado Rockies, and that is going to be heading to Mr. CEO. And then we have a Bowman first Armando Cruz of the Washington Nationals going to Todd, and Heston Kjerstad of the Baltimore Orioles going to Jose. On to our next pack in this one. Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Angels, Jose Altuve of the Houston Astros, a Tariq Skubal out of 499 of the Detroit Tigers, heading to Colton right there. That's our RC. Then we have Spencer Torkelson of the Detroit Tigers and Robert Poison of the Oakland Athletics. We have a Debbie Garcia of the New York Yankees RC, and that is heading to Todd, followed up by an Andres Jimenez RC of the Cleveland Guardians going to Cynthia. Then we have that black and white Brett Batty of the New York Mets going to Mr. CEO. Following that up with Justin Foscue of the Texas Rangers going to Dustin, and Drew Romo of the Colorado Rockies. And we have 2 packs left in this break, including this one. We have a Dane Dunning RC of the Texas Rangers going to Dustin. Following that up, we have a 2020 Summer Camp Austin Hendrick of the Cincinnati Reds to Mr. CEO. Followed by a 40-man Futures Gabriel Arias of the Chicago Cubs heading to Manny. And then we have another Gabriel Arias of the Cleveland Guardians, followed up by Braden Shoemake of the Atlanta Braves. And it looks like National Treasures has sold out. And we're on to our next pack. Dylan Carlson RC of the St. Louis Cardinals heading to Chris. Follow that up with Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves going to Cynthia. Then we have a Shea Langeliers of the Atlanta Braves black and white heading to Cynthia as well. Following that up with Logan Gilbert of the Seattle Mariners and a Gilbert Celestino of the Minnesota Twins. And that is going to Christopher. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. We have Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves to Cynthia, Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals to Chris, Dane Dunning of the Rangers to Dustin, Andres Jimenez of the Cleveland Guardians going to Cynthia, Debbie Garcia of the New York Yankees to Todd, Tariq Screwball out of $4.99 of the Detroit Tigers going to Colton, Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals headed to Cynthia, Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves going to Cynthia, Garrett Crochet of the White Sox to Kevin, and Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds going to Mr. CEO. And now on to our Bowman first rundown. Gilbert Celestino of the Minnesota Twins going to Chris. Following that up with Armando Cruz of the Washington Nationals heading to Todd. And Armando Cruz out of 250 of the Nationals heading to Todd as well. Alexander Ramirez of the New York Mets going to Mr. CEO. Following that up with Victor Acosta of the San Diego Padres. And that is going to be heading to Francisco. Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers heading to Chris. And then Christian Santana of the Detroit Tigers going to Colton. And with that, we have our featured card, which is the Dawn of Glory Lover Porguaro, the box hit of the Pittsburgh Pirates, heading to Shane. Alrighty, with that, we're done with break 15-16. We will be back with from BT Field in just a moment. Alrighty, we are back with some 2021 certified football, and we are offering you an exclusive chance here to go hunting for Mr. Najee Harris, auctioning off the Pittsburgh Steelers. Starting bid at $5 in increments of $1. $10 from Kalo Card Breaks. Nice right there. $15 from Keegan. $20 from Dustin. Do we have 25 or 21 even? 25 from Keegan. 30 from Dustin. Do we have 35 for the Steelers? All right, we are going to start our countdown here. And y'all know how it works. 30 seconds. Any bids in that window trigger a 15-second countdown. $31 from Keegan, which means we're going to have 15 seconds on the clock. 32 from Dustin, the current high bid. $33 from Keegan. Which means we're going to have a new 15-second timer. Dustin with 35. Anyway, and here we go. 15 more seconds are on the clock. Keegan is out, which means Dustin will take it. Congratulations, Dustin. $35 are right there. And the PayPal link is in the chat. And while we wait to receive that, we're going to do our next show keyword giveaway. And here we go. It's a continuation of the show we've already had on there. John, are you ready?
I am ready.
John's ready. I'm ready. Here we go. It is Alan. October faction is correct. Mike and Keegan took it basically at the same time, so we will do dual pulls for that one. Mike is going to get this Trevor Lawrence, Dave, and Adams card right there. And now we'll see what we got for Keegan. Keegan getting an Upper Deck hockey pack. Here you go. That one's for Mike. We have Andres Vilasevsky, the checklist right there. Nate Schmidt, Casper Kopian, a Nils Hoglander, followed by Justin Schultz, Matthias Janmark, and Nick Camanano. Alrighty. And I will go check quick to see if we have received payment. Yes, we have. Which means here we go. Break 1517, the 2021 Panini Certified Football 1-box Pick Your Team. And we wanted to welcome Ryan, Brett, and Johnny to BreakTraders for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase.
Dustin, that'll work.
Oh, yep. Sorry, gotta fix that. My fault. We're getting those correct teams loaded, and we will fire away. And Dustin, if you just want to message us another break you've been in tonight, if you have been in the number, that would be helpful. I know you're a pretty regular customer, so we can also look you up in the system as well. Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right off of the bat. And then we're going to have a gold team, Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns right there, going to Chris. Following that up with Darius Slayton of the New York Giants and Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens. And then here we go. The first hit of this one is going to be a new Generations patch. That is number 5 out of 99. And that is Mr. Travis Etienne Jr. of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And that will be going to Haley. Which means we are on to our next pack in this certified football. We have Darren Waller. Darren Waller of the Raiders right there. Following that up with a little Tom Brady action. That's going to be out of 249. And here we go. That is going to be a graffiti Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals. That Tom Brady heading to Johnny. And this Kyler Murray of the Cardinals going to Cynthia. Followed by Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers. And Mr. Deshaun Watson of the Houston Texans. On to the next break right here. We had a little Devin Singletary of the Buffalo Bills, followed by Mr. Chris Evans out of 199 of the Cincinnati Bengals. That's 66 out of 199 of the Bengals going to Christopher D. Followed by a dark horse, Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers going to Deanna. And then we have a little CD Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys and Damian Harris of the New England Patriots. Russell Wilson of the Seahawks to get things cooking here. And then we have a gold team, DK Metcalf of the Seahawks as well, going to Chris B. Followed up by Mr. Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns and DJ Moore of the Carolina Panthers. And then here we go. It is a new generation patch, and that is 6 out of 99. And that is Mr. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Dustin. And we're on to the next one right here. We have Jalen Arager of the Philadelphia Eagles to get things cooking. Following up with a Cam Akers graffiti of the Los Angeles Rams going to Jordan. And then we have a Ryan Tannehill of the Titans and Cam Akers of the Rams. And then it's going to be another Pittsburgh Steeler, and that is going to be a rookie roll call, Najee Harris, and that is 5 out of 50 going to Dustin. And that may end up being magtastic. I'm sure Brett will let me know if that is the case. T. Higgins of the Bengals, followed up by a Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills out of 399, heading to Chris. And then we have a Dak Prescott Dark Horse of the Dallas Cowboys going to Solden. And then we have Jamison Crowder of the New York Jets and DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, followed up by Michael Thomas, and that is going to be 45 out of 99 of the New Orleans Saints going to Cynthia. Then we have a seal of approval, Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. And we're following that up with a little Brandon Cooks of the Texans and Taysom Hill of the New Orleans Saints. Carson Wentz of the Colts. Carson Wentz of the Colts, following that up with a Stars. A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans going to Chris. And then we have Drew Lock of the Broncos, followed by Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers. And then here we go. It is going to be a Cornell Powell freshman fabrics out of $4.99. 208 out of 499 for Mr. Cornell Powell of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Brett. Brett joining us for the first time. Hopefully a nice hit like that will bring him back again. And I've magged up that Najee Harris, sizzle stickered it up as well. And now we will take care of this Cornell Powell. Alrighty. Terry McLaurin of the Washington football team, Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns. And then we have the 10 out of 75, Saquon Barkley, Dark Horse of the New York Giants, going to Rodney. Following that up, we have Jared Goff of the Lions and TJ Watt of the Steelers. Travis Kelce of the Chiefs. And then a Justin Fields out of 149. Justin Fields out of 149 of the Chicago Bears. And that is going to Haley. Following that up, we have the seal of approval, Amari Cooper of the Dallas Cowboys. And that's going to Solden. Followed up by Michael Thomas of the Saints and Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. We have the Gregory Rousseau out of 399 of the Buffalo Bills going to Chris. And then Chris Evans of the Bengals out of 199. And that is going to be heading to Christopher. And now on to our featured cards. Starting first, we have the out of 149, Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears right there. And then it was an all-rookie box right here, and a great one at that. We have all of the patches. We have the Cornell Powell rookie patch auto out of out of 499 of the Kansas City Chiefs, and that's going to go to Brett. Then we have out of 99, Mr. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and also out of 99, Mr. Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Travis Etienne of the Jags going to Haley, and Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Dustin. And then here we go. It is a magtastic time with that rookie roll call out of 50. That's number 5 out of 50 of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Dusty. And with that, we are done with break 15-17. Done with break 15-17. And that means we are about to be on our way to this Donruss hobby break 15-18. And first we have to randomize the auction off the Dallas Cowboys. And we're going to start the bidding for the Cowboys at $5 in increments of $1. $5 from Dustin, $6 from Mike. $7 from AMPX. Alrighty, we are going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, and with that, AMPX takes it. You know what to do. You can drop the link in the chat. And right now we are randomizing Allen. Type Allen in the chat to be randomized. Allen. Alrighty, let's give us a countdown, John.
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Foley card breaks.
And they are getting the Diamond Kings 5-card pack. Alan was the last keyword for the TV show. It's the last name. It was the last name of the main characters in that show, which sadly appears to have been canceled. Highly recommending watching season 1, though. It's phenomenal. Charlie Keller of the New York Mets, Aaron Nola of the Phillies, Frank Thomas of the Chicago White Sox, Chipper Jones of the Braves, and Freddie Freeman of the Braves as well. Alrighty. Let me get these teams loaded here. Here we go, folks. This is break 1518, the 2021 Donruss Hobby Hybrid H2 one-box pick your team. And I wanted to welcome Jose, Nathaniel, Raul, and Brett to joining up for. Thank you for joining us for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT at BreakTraders.com for 20% off your first order. That's pretty terrible. I had like the best Sunday of my life possibly, and then had a terrible Monday because of the Bills. Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings, Sean Alexander of the Seahawks, Barry Sanders of the Lions, Taysom Hill of the Saints, and then we have Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, followed up by Eric Stokes of the Green Bay Packers as well. That is going to Cynthia. Then we have a green rated rookie of the Atlanta Falcons, and that is going to Jeff, followed up by Josh Allen, red press proof of the Buffalo Bills, heading to T-Man. Following that up, we have DeAndre Swift, Elite Series of the Detroit Lions, and then a Dominators, Aaron Donald of the Los Angeles Rams, going to Cynthia. Here we go. We have Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, Marshawn Lattimore of the Saints, Jeff Okudah of the Detroit Lions, followed by Barry Sanders of the Lions as well. And then we have Mr. Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions, followed up by a green Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. And that is headed to Nathaniel. We just did. Following that up, we have the Cam Newton red press proof of the Patriots, a retro series Roger Staubach of the Dallas Cowboys, and then a Dominators Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. Deebo Samuel of the 49ers, Olivia Vernon of the Browns, Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins, Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers, little Denzel Mims of the Jets, Daniel Sorensen of the Chiefs, followed up by a Mac Diddley Jones rated rookie of the New England Patriots, going to Jose. And then we have Mike Gesicki, red press proof of the Dolphins right there. And followed up by a Phillip Rivers Legends series of the Chargers. And a Des Fitzpatrick of the rookies of the Tennessee Titans. Oh, baby. That means, you know what's happening? We have the Zach Wilson Green Optic preview, and that is going to get a saute sizzle sticker. Yeah, I would say those BT rewards end up being more than 20% sometimes. I mean, it all depends on what you spend, but that is why I did that bad boy. Fletcher Cox of the Eagles, Kareem Hunt of the Browns, Aaron Donald of the Rams, Budda Baker of the Cardinals, followed up by Darius Leonard of the Colts, Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, a Gary Brightwell rated rookie of the New York Giants, going to Nathaniel. Then we have a red press proof Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to Chris. Following that, we have the champ is here, Shaquille Barrett of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Raul, and a Pat Freiermuth portraits of the Pittsburgh Steelers, going to Raul as well. Allen Robinson of the Bears, Evan Ingram of the Giants, John Bostic of the Washington Football Team, Philip Lindsay of the Texans. Then we have James Conner of the Cardinals and Joe Burrow of the Bengals. Following that up, we have Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns, going to Chris. Following that, we have a red press proof Odafe Owe of the Baltimore Ravens to Deanna. Following that, we have Charles Woodson of the Raiders, and that is going to be right there, followed up by the rookies, Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Raul. We're on to our next pack in this one. We have Devin McCourty of the Patriots, Justin Tucker of the Ravens, Mark Ingram of the Texans, Ryan Tannehill of the Titans, as well as Zadarius Smith of the Green Bay Packers, followed by Tua of the Miami Dolphins, and then we have a Ramondre Stevenson, rated rookie of the New England Patriots, going to Jose, followed by a Michael Thomas, 97 out of 100, silver press proof of the New Orleans Saints. Then we have a highlights Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, followed up by the rookies Davis Mills of the Houston Texans, going to Cynthia. We have a little Trey White of the Buffalo Bills, followed by James White of the Patriots, Bud Dupree of the Titans, Romeo Okwara of the Lions, then Mr. Baker Mayfield of the Browns, and Marcus May of the Jets, followed up by a Caleb Farley, rated rookie of the Tennessee Titans, going to Cynthia, and a purple Michael Carter out of 500 of the Jets, going to Nathaniel. Then we have an Elite Series rookies, Trey Sermon of the 49ers, going to Brett, and a Gridiron Kings Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles. Three packs left right here. Drew Lock of the Broncos, Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers, Jalen Ramsey of the Rams. Then we have Jalen Smith of the Cowboys and DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, followed up by a Michael Carter, rated rookie of the New York Jets, going to Nathaniel. Then we have a red press proof Jeff Okudah of the Detroit Lions, going to Deanna, followed up by a retro series Emmitt Smith of the Dallas Cowboys, heading to Leslie, and then a Devonta Smith portraits of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that is going to Nathaniel. Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns, Travis Fulgham of the Eagles, Matt Ryan of the Falcons, Justin Herbert of the Chargers, followed up by Deonta Johnson of the Steelers and Julio Jones of the Falcons. Then we have a Ben Skronarik of the Los Angeles Rams, going to Cynthia. Following that up with a red press proof Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers, headed to Raul. And then a Power Formulas Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Raul as well. And Patty Mahomes, Action All-Pros of the Kansas City Chiefs right there. And one pack left in this break. We have a Miles Sanders of the Eagles, Andy Dalton of the Bears, DeForest Buckner of the Colts, Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, followed by Dak Prescott of the Cowboys and Jalen Hurts of the Eagles. And then in another New York Jet, that's Elijah Moore of the Jets, going to Nathaniel, followed by a red press proof Amari Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers to Cynthia. Then we have Mr. Jeff Saturday of the Colts and a Seattle Seahawks Dominators, DK Metcalf. Alrighty, let's rock and roll. The red press proof, Amari Rodgers of the Packers going to Cynthia. Elijah Moore of the New York Jets to Nathaniel. Ben Skronik of the Rams to Cynthia. The portrait, Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles to Nathaniel. Michael Carter of the Jets to Nathaniel. The Trey Sermon Elite Series rookie of the 49ers to Brett. An out of 500, Michael Carter of the Jets going to Nathaniel. Caleb Farley of the Titans to Cynthia. Davis Mills, the Rookies edition of the Texans going to Cynthia. Ramondre Stevenson of the New England Patriots heading to Jose. Jalen Darden, the Rookies edition of the Buccaneers going to Raul. A red press proof of Dafe Owa, the Baltimore Ravens heading to Deanna. Anthony Schwartz of the Browns headed to Chris. A portraits, Pat Frymouth of the Pittsburgh Steelers to Raul. Gary Brightwell of the New York Giants going to Nathaniel. The Rookies, Des Fitzpatrick of the Titans to Cynthia. Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions going to Deanna. Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Jeff, that Green Optic preview. And then Eric Stokes of the Green Bay Packers to finish off that rookie rundown, headed to Cynthia. And then we have two big hits out of this Donruss Hobby Hybrid pack. We have the Mac Jones base, and then we have the Zach Wilson Green Optic preview. That Zach Wilson is going to be heading to Nathaniel, and that Mac Jones going to Jose, both BT newbies. Welcome to Break Traders. We will be right back from the hardwood with some Revolution basketball. Alrighty, we are back with some Revolution basketball. So let's get this thing started. This is break 1519, the 2020-21 Panini Revolution Hobby One Box. Pick your team, and I just wanted to welcome Richard, J-Rock, Eric, Ernie, and Brent, two Break Traders for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. We have a Yusuf Nurek of the Portland Trailblazers to get things started. The Marvin Bagley the third. And wow, we are getting hot with Revolution tonight. Another auto. But first is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander Astro of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Marcus. And then a Vortex, Rudy Gobert of the Utah Jazz headed to Jeffrey. And that auto is going to be a Killian Hayes RC of the Detroit Pistons. And that is going to be heading to Kevin. Miles Bridges of the Hornets, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, Tobias Harris of the 76ers, and then we're going to have a Cosmic out of 100, Mitchell Robinson of the New York Knicks going to Brent. followed up by a Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Houston Rockets going to Kevin. We have Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns, Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz, Goran Dragic of the Miami Heat, a Groove, Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons heading to Kevin. Following that up with a Shockwave, a Revolution, Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Eric. We have Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors, Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, Andrew Wiggins of the Golden State Warriors, and then a Supernova, Jimmy Butler, and that is going to be a Fractal of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia, followed up by a Jalen Smith Rook, and that is of the Phoenix Suns going to Cynthia. We have Brandon Ingram of the Pelicans, Kevin Huerta of the Hawks, Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets, a Groove, Blake Griffin of the Detroit Pistons, followed up by a Liftoff, James Harden of the Houston Rockets right there. That Blake Griffin of the Pistons going to Kevin. That James Harden of the Houston Rockets going to Kevin as well. We got 3 packs left in this break. We have the DeJounte Murray of the Spurs, followed by Jason Tatum of the Celtics, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, a Fractal Karl Anthony Towns of the Minnesota Timberwolves to Ernie, and then we have a Desmond Bane RC of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Eric. Paul George of the Clippers, Devontae Graham of the Hornets, LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs, a Astro Colin Sexton of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Leslie, followed up by a Vortex, DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns going to Cynthia. We definitely get that one a lot. DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs, Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers, Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, an Astro, CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers going to Jeffrey, and then a Udoka Azubuike RC of the Utah Jazz going to Jeffrey as well. Alrighty, let's run down our veteran parallels. We have the Astro Colin Sexton of the Cavaliers, the Karl Anthony Towns Fractal of the Timberwolves, the Groove, Blake Griffin of the Pistons, and the Astro Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder. And then our parallels, we have the Vortex, DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns, the Liftoff, James Harden of the Houston Rockets, followed up by a Fractal, Jimmy Butler Supernova, a Shockwave Revolution Zion, and then Rudy Gobert Vortex of the Utah Jazz. And now our base rook rundown. We have Udoka Azubuike of the Jazz going to Jeffrey, Desmond Bane of the Memphis Grizzlies heading to Eric, Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns to Cynthia, and Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Houston Rockets going to Kevin. And then we have the CJ Ellaby Astro edition of the Trailblazers going to Jeffrey, and the Sadiq Bey Groove of the Detroit Pistons heading to Kevin. And now on to our featured cards. We have the out of 100 Cosmic Mitchell Robinson of the New York Knicks going to Brent. And then we have our auto, and that is Mr. Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons going to Kevin. And with that, we are done with break 1519. Which means we are about to open this Donruss Optic fast break, and we are a 1 box away from National Treasures football, collegiate football. And we have one team to auction off here, and that is going to be the Toronto Raptors. The Toronto Raptors. We are going to start the bidding for them at $5 in increments of $1. Five from Mike. Do we have 6? All right, we will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Six from Marcus, which means we will be starting a 15-second timer. Here we go. Mike with 7. Means another timer will be firing away. Marcus with 8. And here we go, 15 more seconds on the clock. Alrighty, Marcus takes it. Marcus, drop your payment in the chat. Drop your payment in the chat. And while we wait for that, we're going to do our next keyword giveaway. And this is for a new show. John, you let me know when you're ready. John's ready. Friends. Type friends in the chat. No correct guesses yet. Break 1509 broke as scheduled at 7:30?
I think so.
7:30 this evening. So you'll have to either scroll back all the way to the beginning, or we will be posting the individual video once we are done with our breaks. Alrighty, folks, here we go. Currently the second to last break scheduled of the night. This is break 1520, the 2020-21 Panini Donruss Optic Fast Break one box pick your team. And I just wanted to welcome Richard, J-Rock, Jose, Eric, and that is it, who are the new members of the BT community tonight. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. And for all of you other new members out there, still take advantage of our new release discount tonight. Or if you're liking the Donruss Optic Fast Break, take advantage of the Red Zone 20 code for 20% off that Red Zone hobby. Thank you, Marcus. We have Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans, followed by Jackson Hayes of the Pelicans as well. Colin Sexton of the Cavs, a silver Kemba Walker of the Boston Celtics, and then a Precious Achiuwa rated rookie of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia. On to our next pack here. Chris Middleton of the Bucks, followed up by LeBron James of the Lakers, Mike Conley of the Utah Jazz, a Disco Elite Dominators Kemba Walker of the Boston Celtics, and then a Desmond Bane rated rookie of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is going to Mark. We have a Russell Westbrook of the Washington Wizards, Goran Dragic of the Heat, Landry Shamet of the Brooklyn Nets, a silver John Wall of the Houston Rockets going to Chris. Then we have an Isaac Okoro rated rookie of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to J-Rock. Eric Bledsoe of the Pelicans, followed by Markelle Fultz of the Magic. PJ Tucker of the Rockets, a silver Elijah Hughes RC of the Utah Jazz going to J-Rock. And then a Nico Mannion RC of the Golden State Warriors going to Eric. Rui Hachimura of the Wizards. We have Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers, Shai Gilgeous of the Thunder, a silver Christian Wood of the Houston Rockets going to Chris right there. Following that up with a Cole Anthony rated rookie of the Orlando Magic heading to Chris. Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavs, Tim Hardaway of the Mavs, Jared Allen of the Cavaliers, a silver Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, followed up by a Trey Jones rated rookie of the San Antonio Spurs going to Jose. Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, Mikal Bridges of the Suns, Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies, a silver Wendell Carter Jr. of the Chicago Bulls going to Mark, and then we have Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans, and that is headed to Jose. Devontae Graham of the Hornets, Victor Oladipo of the Rockets, followed up by Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, and a silver Serge Ibaka of the Clippers right there going to Charles, followed up by a Cassius Winston rated rookie of the Washington Wizards going to Thomas. We have Karis Levert of the Indiana Pacers, followed by Norman Powell of the Toronto Raptors, Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets, a silver, Klay Thompson of the Golden State Warriors going to Eric, and then we have a Devin Dotson rated rookie of the Chicago Bulls going to Mark. Kyle Kuzma of the Los Angeles Lakers, followed by Jonathan Isaac of the Magic. Ben Simmons of the 76ers, a silver. Danilo Gallinari of the Atlanta Hawks going to Charles, followed by Daniel Oturu of the Los Angeles Clippers headed to Charles as well. And then we have TJ Warren of the Pacers, Mo Bamba of the Magic, Andrew Wiggins of the Warriors, a silver, Luke Kennard of the Clippers right there. Following that up with an Obi Toppin rated rookie of the New York Knicks to Mr. CEO. Miles Turner of the Pacers, Blake Griffin of the Pistons, and we're going to have a auto coming up here. But first we have a silver CJ McCollum of the Portland Trailblazers, and then we have a Nick Richards rated a rookie of the Charlotte Hornets, and that is going to Richard. And here we go. It is going to be a Saddiq Bey Disco Fast Break Signatures of the Detroit Pistons going to Jose. Nice Saddiq Bey auto right there. Kemba Walker of the Celtics, John Wall of the Rockets, Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, a silver, De'Aaron Fox of the Sacramento Kings going to J-Rock. Following that up with a Josh Green rated rookie of the Dallas Mavericks going to Richard. Christian Wood of the Rockets, Wendell Carter of the Bulls, Drew Holiday of the Bucks, a reigning threes disco Chauncey Billups of the Detroit Pistons going to Jose. And then we have a Jaden McDaniels, a rated rookie of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Richard. Serge Ibaka of the Clippers, Klay Thompson of the Warriors, Davis Bertans of the Wizards, a silver, Otto Porter Jr. of the Bulls, and then he came in like a mellow ball. Da-da-da-da-da-da. And that is going to be a magtastic hit for Richard. And that is getting a saute sizzle sticker right there. All right, we have 3 packs left in this one, and it looks like we have another break that closed. Danilo Gallinari of the Hawks, followed up by Luke Kennard of the Clippers. Then we have Zach LaVine of the Bulls, a silver, Steven Adams of the New Orleans Pelicans, and then we have Mr. Tyler Bey of the Dallas Mavericks going to Richard. De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, followed up by Otto Porter of the Bulls. Kobe White of the Bulls, a silver, Lynx Dort of the Thunder going to Marcus. And then we have a Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs going to Jose. And we are on to our last pack right here. Steven Adams of the Pelicans, falling short of the Thunder. Kyrie Irving of the Nets. We have a silver Josh Okogie of the Minnesota Timberwolves as well, going to Richard. And then we have a Skylar Mays rated rookie of the Atlanta Hawks, and that is heading to Charles. Alrighty, and here we go. Let's run down our rookies. Skylar Mays of the Hawks, Devin Vassell of the Spurs, Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks, right there. Following that up with Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves, Josh Green of the Mavs, Nick Richards of the Hornets, Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks, Daniel Oturu of the Los Angeles Clippers, Devin Dotson of the Bulls, Cassius Winston of the Wizards, Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans, Trey Jones of the Spurs, Cole Anthony of the Magic, Nico Mannion of the Warriors, a silver Elijah Hughes of the Jazz, Isaac Okoro of the Cavs, Desmond Bane of the Grizzlies, and Precious Achiuwa of the Miami Heat. And now on to our featured cards. We have two rookies. We have the came in like a mellow ball of the Charlotte Hornets going to Richard. And then the Sadiq Bey fast break signatures of the Detroit Pistons headed to Jose. And with that, we're done with break 15-20. We'll be back in 3 minutes with some National Treasures football. And welcome to the main event, the moment you all have been waiting for. This is break 1537, the 2021 National Treasures Collegiate football. One box, pick your team plus random. Here it is, this beautiful orange box in front of us. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize the Bears, Jags, Patriots, Jets, and 49ers. And that is going to be 6 times on that randomization. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, whoever comes in first will get the Bears. Second, the 49ers. Third, the Jets. Fourth, the Jaguars. And fifth, the Patriots. So let's see how we are going to do that one. 8 times. 8 times on the users. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and here we go, the final one, 8. Bang. Alrighty. We have Andrew getting the Bears. Andrew getting the Bears. The 49ers going to Haley. The New York Jets going to Lucas. The Jacksonville Jaguars to Mr. CEO. And then Bill getting the New England Patriots. Alrighty. Let's get into this National Treasures case. Or National Treasures box, not case, sorry. I don't know why I said that. Alrighty. Here we go. Our first one is going to be Mr. Josh Jacobs, and that is 55 out of 75 of the Las Vegas Raiders going to Andrew. And after that, we're going to have our first memorabilia. And it is going to be a Micah Parsons patch. 85 out of 99 from Penn State. And now on the Dallas Cowboys. And that is going to be heading to Leslie. Following that one, we are going to have the out of 99 patch, and that is going to be Mr. Joshua Allen of the Buffalo Bills, and that is going to Carl right there. From Wyoming, and now a member of the Buffalo Bills. Our next hit is going to be a redemption. And that is going to be a college silhouette signature of blue. And that is going to be Mr. Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns. And that is going to Andrew. Demetric Felton of the Browns heading to Andrew. Next up, it is going to be a Jalen Phillips auto out of 75 of the Miami Hurricanes and now of the Miami Dolphins, going to T-Man right there. After Mr. Jalen Phillips, we're going to have another auto, and this is going to be Jalen Darden, 33 out of 75 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And that is going to be going to Double M. Next up, we are going to have the Sammy Ellinger rookie patch auto, 5 out of 10 of the Indianapolis Colts, and that is going to be going to Lucas. 5 out of 10 with the Colts, heading to Lucas. And last, but certainly not least, it is going to be a Trevor Lawrence 3 out of 5 heading to Mr. CEO. Woo! What a hit that was for the last card in this break. Wow. Wow. Alrighty, let's run down these cards. The base, Josh Jacobs, 55 out of 75 of the Alabama Crimson Tide, now the Las Vegas Raiders, going to Andrew. Then we're going to have 2 patches. We're going to have the Micah Parsons patch and the Josh Allen patch. Micah Parsons, 85 out of 99 of the Dallas Cowboys, going to Leslie, and Josh Allen of the Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills from Wyoming, going to Carl. Next up, we have 3 autos, starting with the Demetric Felton Redemption, and then the Jalen Phillips out of 75 of the Miami Dolphins to T-Man. Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns going to Andrew. And Jalen Darden, 33 out of 75 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Double M. And then we have our first mag, the Sam Ellinger 5 out of 10. But wait, there is more, and that is going to be the Trevor Lawrence 3 out of 5 rookie patch auto. That's Sam Ellinger of the Indianapolis Colts going to Lucas, and that Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Mr. CEO. And with that, we are done with break 1537. We'll be right back with 1496. Alrighty, we are back, and we are about to rock and roll. We have a giveaway to randomize. Is that correct, John?
That is correct.
Alrighty, folks. So type friends in the chat. Type friends in the chat. Friends. All right, John, can we get a 5-second countdown?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Dustin Bittinger.
Dustin getting the Illusions football right there. Jordan Scarlett of the Panthers, Carson Wentz of the Eagles, Irv Smith Jr. of the Vikings, Kenyon Drake of the Dolphins, Tom Brady of the Patriots, and Saquon Barkley of the Giants. Here we go, folks. The last break of the night. This is break 1496. The 2020 Donruss Optic Football Hobby Hybrid H2 1-box division random. Let's see how many times we are going to randomize the users in this one. That's going to be 8 times. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And there we go. Let's drop these in there. All right, we have Steven with the AFC East, Bill with the AFC North, Mr. CEO with the AFC South, NFC South, and NFC West, Catfisher with the AFC West, Spangs with the NFC East, and Timothy with the NFC North. And we will get those teams loaded as we break into this one. We have Von Miller of the Broncos, a little the rookies, J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens going to Bill, followed up by a red mojo, Albert Aquabana of the Denver Broncos, and that is going to be going to Jerry. And then we're going to have a Darnell Mooney of the Chicago Bears going to Timothy. No problem, Kevin. TJ Watt of the Steelers, a silver Deshaun Watson of the Houston Texans. And then here we go. It is Mr. Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts of the Eagles. And that is heading to Spangs. Following that up with a Christian Fulton RC of the Tennessee Titans. Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns, followed by a silver Jacob Eason of the Indianapolis Colts heading to Mr. CEO. Then we have Clevion Chason of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Mr. CEO, and Isaiah Coulter of the Texans to Mr. CEO as well, because that was just an AFC South pack with the addition of the Brown there. Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington Football Team, followed up by Mike Gesicki of the Miami Dolphins. Mike Gesicki, silver of the Miami Dolphins, going to Steven. And then we have a Chase Claypool rated rookie of the Pittsburgh Steelers heading to Bill, followed up by a Tommy Stevens RC of the New Orleans Saints, and that's going to Mr. CEO. We have Drew Lock of the Broncos, followed by an Elite Series rookies, Henry Ruggs III of the Las Vegas Raiders. Then we have a little Patrick Queen Wed Mojo of the Ravens, and Logan Wilson of the Cincinnati Bengals. That Patrick Queen of the Ravens to Steven, Logan Wilson of the Bengals to Steven, to Bill. And sorry, that Patrick Queen of the Ravens was to Bill. I just misread the list there. 3 packs left. We have Sterling Shepard of the Giants, a little silver Cole Kmet RC of the Chicago Bears going to Timothy. Then we have a Laviska Shenault rated rookie of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Mr. CEO, and an Albert Aquabana of the Denver Broncos going to Jerry. We have J.J. Watt of the Houston Texans, followed up by a Nick Chubb Dominators of the Browns. And then we have a red Mojo Tyler Johnson of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Mr. CEO, and a Colby Parkinson of the Seattle Seahawks. And that is going to be going to Mr. CEO as well. Teddy Bridgewater of the Carolina Panthers, followed up by Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings to Timothy. A red Mojo DJ Dallas of the Seattle Seahawks going to Mr. CEO, and a Dalton Keene RC of the New England Patriots going to Steven. Alrighty, and now let's run these down. We have Dalton Keene of the New England Patriots, followed up by a red Mojo DJ Dallas of the Seahawks, the rookies Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, Colby Parkinson of the Seahawks, a red Mojo Tyler Johnson of the Buccaneers, Albert Aquabana of the Broncos, Laviscus Chenault of the Jacksonville Jaguars, a silver Cole Kmet of the Bears, Logan Wilson of the Bengals, a red Mojo Patrick Queen of the Ravens, an Elite Series rookies Henry Ruggs III of the Raiders, Tommy Stevens of the Saints, Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Isaiah Coulter of the Texans, a red Mojo Clavion Chason of the Jaguars, Jacob Eason of the Colts, Christian Fulton of the Titans, Darnell Mooney of the Bears, a red Mojo Albert Aquabana, and J.K. Dobbins, the rookies edition of the Baltimore Ravens. And now our featured card, and that is going to be the Jalen Hurts rated rookie of the Philadelphia Eagles. And with that, we are done with break 1496. Which means we are done with tonight's show. Thank you to John and Dan for being here and taking care of all the back end. But most importantly, thank you to all of you members of BreakTraders community, both new and old. We can't wait to see you Friday night. Hopefully we get into that next box of National Treasures Collegiate Football. And then here comes Absolute Football next Wednesday. We've got a bunch of breaks available for those, so hopefully you can check those out. Thanks, have a great night, and happy breaking.